बच्चों, I think we should all to light the lamp of knowledge. And children, you all will be singing. Where is the teacher? Singing teacher. अग्नि मीड़े ऐसे ही गा देंगे, क्या जरूरत है सिंगिंग?
अग्निमीळे पुरोहितयज्ञस्य देवमृत्विजम् होतारं रत्नधातमम् अग्निमीळे पुरोहितयज्ञस्य देवमृत्विजम् होतारं रत्नधातमम् शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ओम्।
चलो, doesn't matter, ma'am. We are on live link now. would like to invite Professor Sampadanand Mishra to the stage, and he is going to be taking most of the sessions, all the sessions rather, except for two. And he's the person who has started the Deva Bhasha curriculum in our school in 2002. Because of him, you all are so adept at Sanskrit, and you are consciously chanting and understanding the verses from the Vedas, Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita. So, our infinite gratitude. Sampaji, would you like to introduce yourself? Thank you. So, can we all just give a round of applause for it?
Suprabhatam. Say loudly. Suprabhatam. Suprabhatam. Vande Mataram. Okay. So we are going to be here for next 4 days, 5 days, including today. And we are going to utilize our every moment very fruitfully, purposefully. And before we begin, as usual, we will begin with 1 minute silence, right? So because every time we are new batches, new members, so I give an introduction to this 1 minute silence, why it is necessary, how should we do it, okay? So it just demands 1 minute of your time, not even 1 minute 30 seconds, just 1 minute. And in this 1 minute, you are going to close your eyes and observe your breathing in and breathing out. You know that you are breathing. Very consciously, you observe your breathing in and breathing out. How many times? How many times? How many times a human being breathes in a minute? Breathing in and breathing out. Any idea? Like normally, how many times we breathe in a minute? Huh? 18 times. 15 to 18 times we breathe in a minute. Okay. So we should keep a count very consciously, breathing in and breathing out for 18 times. So some people may end it, like 15, or very conscious people breathe in and breathe out in a minute 12 times. They live longer, right? So you are just observing your breath for 18 times. And what happens when you start being conscious of yourself, conscious of your breath, you see all the unnecessary thoughts, chaos, noise, whatever is happening internally, so they get reduced. You can see it for yourself that they get reduced. You become more focused. Okay. And this focus, this concentration is going to help every one of us. I have been practicing this 1 minute silence for last 30 years. And it helps me immensely maintaining that silence, that poise. Okay. It helps me focus on my study, my work, my talk, whatever I am doing. And the same way it will help anyone who puts it into practice. It's not just the session beginning, whenever you are taking your food, you are going to start a work, your study, driving, anything that you are going to do. If you make it a habit of doing 1 minute silence, take a pause, in gather that you are with yourself, and then see how it helps. So we will begin with this 1 minute silence. Then I will introduce myself, and then I'll introduce the entire spiritual retreat, what we are going to do, and then focus on one aspect, which is going to be our true aim in life, or true aim of life. Okay. So this is the topic we are going to focus now with little bit of introduction. So we start this 1 minute silence. Oh. So, a little introduction to myself. My name is Sampadanand Mishra. So, I come from Odisha. I'm born and brought up in Odisha. I did my post graduation. Till post graduation, I was in Odisha, and my entire education, right from my childhood, is in Sanskrit. So, I studied through Odia medium and Sanskrit medium. I had no exposure to English. So, like you all are studying English right from your childhood. I didn't know how to speak English till I was 24 years old when I went to Pondicherry. So from there, I started speaking English. Otherwise, our language was Odia or Sanskrit, or sometimes a little bit of broken Hindi. So I did entire thing in Sanskrit. Then I did my PhD also in Sanskrit, but I started writing in English from 95 onwards. So my most of my articles and books are either in Sanskrit or Odia or in English. So far I have published around 69 books on different aspects of Indian knowledge system, Sanskrit, and around 300 articles, out of which 100 will be research articles. And then I have a blog page. If you go to the Medium .com. So in my name, Sampadananda Mishra, you'll find so around 100 above, 120 above articles so far published there on my blog page. I keep writing different books, take up different projects with the help of Government of India and a lot of things. But my grand vision right from the beginning is like how to bring Indian knowledge systems to the young minds in India and through Sanskrit, making Sanskrit as a base. So this is where I think I met Anjali ji in Delhi in 2006, where there was a program earlier. So then we talked about it. So she told me, "What do you want?" I said, "I want a school and a bunch of children." And the support. So that time also, like I remember, I told her that I'm very expensive. Is it expensive? How much you want? I said, I don't need money for myself, but the program is going to be expensive. Because Sanskrit, people think that cheap books, cheap content, Sanskrit teachers are low paid. I remember I told her that Sanskrit teachers should be highly paid, like other teachers. So no one should look down to them. Everywhere Deva Bhasha is being taught outside. Like in Gurgaon, there is a school, Hyderabad, there is a school. They pay maximum amount to their Sanskrit teachers. That's how you pay respect to the teachers. And if you look at the book quality, print content, our pedagogy, so this is how Devabhasha curriculum is well established now with the support of Jaipuria group. Now the whole of the country is looking towards, at least they give example of Devabhasha. Wherever I go, I speak about it. I listen from people. Now here is a good curriculum, good way, because it's well established here. So this is my grand vision that Sanskrit should reach to maximum number of children. So I, in 2013, there was no, content for listening Sanskrit on internet. So I launched the first ever 24 by 7 Sanskrit radio for the first time. It's called Divya Vani Sanskrit Radio, which you can just Google Divya Vani Sanskrit Radio, and it's available on your TV, on your Alexa, on any platform. It's available. Okay, and you can listen rich content, varieties of content only in Sanskrit in Divya Vani Sanskrit Radio. In 2014, I established Samskrita Bala Sahitya Parishad, through which I am promoting qualitative children's literature in Sanskrit. And in 2011, I received the President of India Award for my work in Sanskrit. And in 2014, I received another very prestigious fellowship from Ministry of Culture to work on a specific topic called Avadhan Kala. Then in 2018, I got the Sahitya Academy Award for my Bala Sahitya. So there is always encouragement from others, which puts more responsibility on me than making me more happy and joyous. It's okay, the recognitions are there. But the moment you get a recognition, your responsibility increases. That you feel more accountable, more responsible, more work, more load comes. So this has been my approach in spreading Sanskrit and Indian knowledge systems. And the spiritual retreat, which started, I think this is the 12th, 18 we started. So this is 8th edition, 8th, 9th edition, 9th edition. Yes, it continued through online and we did it. And so it is the 9th edition of spiritual retreat. And see the impact. Though people do not directly recognize us, this year there is a whole initiative started by someone in Delhi, spirituality in school. So if you look at their concept note, you will get completely confused about it is spirituality or it is something else. But it has created some kind of awareness that spirituality has to be the base of everything that we do in India. That is how we created such a strong civilization. So now it is the time, the Amrit Kal, where we all have to contribute, work hard, and then see that how do we regain our civilizational respect, which is missing. And that is a big responsibility on the young minds. You all will be the torch bearers and the ambassadors of our civilizational values, civilizational ethos, our cultural rootedness. So this is what is NEP now talking about it after so many years. And if we all can do it as a small community, we'll have a greater impact all over world. Okay. But to do that, we ourselves have to be rooted and have that clarity in life. Most of the times you find people, young minds, they don't have clarity with regard to life. What do we do in life? What is life? Why am I born? So am I doing rightly? And there is pressure of parents, pressure of the community, school, write exam, secure a particular percentage if you want to go through. So our whole effort is directed towards something outer success than living within. We don't live within. So we live in our projected self. So this is where it's important that we focus on this aspect, and the spiritual retreat is a beautiful occasion for each one of you. Take the maximum advantage of every session, every moment that you are here. These 5 days will decide your destiny, believe me. And then you will see, one day you will remember that it is because of that spiritual retreat today I am here. I'm telling you with all conviction, we never got such kind of opportunities in our life. Ask every teacher of yours. Ask everyone, your parents, did they get? No, you all are fortunate enough. We all are fortunate enough even to have such a group of bright students. So let's together make effort that how do we begin our morning? How do we spend our days, our interactions? There should not be any kind of gossiping for all these 5 days. Please remember, if you are talking with, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't talk with each other. You should. But see that what helps, what is necessary. This was asked to the mother that while taking food or talking with someone, should we talk or should we maintain absolute silence? She said that, see, maintaining absolute silence, people can do it. It's easy also to do for some people. You force a little bit and then you remain silent or you don't talk. But that doesn't help. There are many people who are silent, but there is an inner chattering which goes on. That's not called silence. But she says, she encourages, speak. Speak less, speak what is necessary, speak what is good, speak what helps. So that is better than keeping absolute silence. Okay. So see that how minimum you can speak, and your words should carry value. We help each other in our inner growth. So this is how we all are co-travelers, right? This is how we should consider. So did you bring all your shank for Shankanath or forgot this time? We brought some of you. Okay. So do the Shankanath, and if you can see all those who have not got, you can get it. Shankhanad, please remember, it's very, very useful in developing our focus, strengthening our lungs capacity, and bringing flexibility to our mouth so then we have clear articulation and everything. So try doing Shankhanad every day, at least in the morning and evening, if you have a Shankh at home. Okay, put it into a practice. Then your uh, reflective journaling, right? So please make it a point that every day you are writing your journal, your journaling, your reflections. Be more quiet, reflect upon it, and then write in your own word what exactly you did the whole day, what feelings you carried, what emotions affected you or helped you, everything, like very candidly write it down. This is necessary because writing crystallizes our thoughts. So that's why we should put it in written form. That's why in our tradition we have, like, there are people who do japa. There is also likhita japa, that you keep writing ram 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 ram, or anything, any mantra, any sound that you feel like. It crystallizes, it brings more purity, more focus, and it gets settled in the consciousness. So this reflective journaling is something very seriously you all should take up. See that everyone is filling up the journal and you are writing your own experience, your own reflections. You put it in writing. Then, while taking food, like maximum noise we hear during the food time, right? So we have to be very, very conscious. We call it as conscious eating or conscious um, walking or anything. The whole purpose is to bring more awareness to it. So offer it a little bit. Try to be silent as possible. Consider the food, as we are offering something into the havan, the same way we are offering the food as a yajna to the divinity that we carry within. Our body is also our divinity. Our prana is also our divinity. Our manas is also our divinity. So for everyone, we are offering something which nourishes our body, our mind, our prana, everything. With this attitude, we should take food, not just to gratify our senses. Okay, sense gratification is very easy, it gives ananda, but very temporal ananda, very deformed ananda. So it vanishes, and most of the times it becomes the cause of our suffering. Okay, so when we are going to sleep, when we are going to be together, when we are attending the sessions, when we are getting up in the morning, we do sankhanad, we eat food, we chit chat with each other, do all kinds of activities. Every moment, every occasion should be a conscious occasion, at least for these 5 days, and then see how it shapes your life after these 5 days. Okay, if you carry forward, it's always good. So with this little introduction, let's focus on the topic which I have chosen and which gives the base for all the 5 days, is the true aim of life. So this is what we call it, the sublime aim. And this is a blueprint which is given to us by Sri Aurobindo and the mother. And you all know who they are. So here you have Sri Aurobindo and then his spiritual collaborator, the mother. So a lot of introduction has been given to you all. Here there is a beautiful environment to be soaked in their consciousness. So I don't need to give introduction. So most of the times while talking, we will tell some of the stories, some anecdotes we will bring from their lives, their teaching, to give more clarity. And then why do we need to refer to their teachings? Because there is absolute clarity which is given to us in a very practical manner, which we can translate into our day-to-day life. So there, both of them, they have provided a blueprint for our life. A framework has been given to us, and this framework is driven by what is behind this blueprint. It is driven by a higher consciousness, not ordinary consciousness. Driven by a higher consciousness, we have a blueprint for shaping our life, and if we follow it, that creates the destiny, that creates the quality of our life. Okay. Then she says, there's a beautiful writing. I have given you this handout, which is there. You can read, reflect upon it. This one page or two pages matter. You can carry forward the entire life if you contemplate on each aspect of it, right? So the mother calls it the writing, very simple writing. Afterwards you all can read the whole writing. It's a very simple few pages. It will take not more than 45 minutes to complete the entire writing. It's called the science of living. The science of living is a must read for every one of us. Okay, so it's available on internet. If you all wish, a booklet can be given to you all. You read it very carefully. You read it, and while reading, don't be in a hurry that I have finished it within half an hour. Read it very slowly. Try to observe what is the content, what she wants to say. The more we become close to the consciousness of the person who wrote it, the more we understand it. Okay. So it is, what matters is the consciousness, our attitude in life than anything else, right? So now you see there, the first thing she says, the first statement is, an aimless life is is a miserable life. Actually, the word miserable is translated into English, which is not the right word, but it is translated from her original writing French into English. So, which should have been, an aimless life is a life without joy, not miserable. Miserable is a negative word, very negative word, but a life without joy. So, what, just imagine you lead a life where there is no joy. Anyone would like to lead such a life without joy? No, no. So, if a life without joy is truly a miserable life, right? So, in every aspect of life, we need that joy. We need that ananda. And that is the ultimate goal in life. That is why our ancient rishis, they said, you can note it down. What is this Rishi Vakya? He says, the Rishi says, Anandan na paro labha. Okay. So what is the sentence? Repeat it. Anandan na paro labha. Repeat it. Anandan na paro labha. So every one of us, morning we get up till we go to bed, we always think, what is the labha? What is the gain? What am I going to gain today? What is there for me? Is there anyone in this room who doesn't ask this question? Every one of us, we ask, what is the gain? But what is the greater gain? We forget to ask this. Is there a greater gain than this? Greater gain than our mundane success, worldly success, outer success? We don't ask this question. But the Rishi says, a realized person who has gone through the experiences of life, the struggles of life, every aspect of life, he reaches at a culmination and then says that Anandan na paro labha. There is no greater gain than Ananda. Very recently, I was reading one article in the Harvard Business School magazine. I couldn't believe that usually most of the articles you read, you feel very bored because they are written with very strong academic jargons. You will find that very scary also. But this is for the first time I read this article written by a management theorist. Okay, a management theorist. He writes this article. He said that in my 30 years as a theorist, I have created a lot of good management theories which are taught in every management school, business school, in Harvard, in Oxford, in all top universities. But ultimately, what I realized, that if my theory is not helping me to be happy when I go to my home in the evening after the work, if I don't find happiness in my family, along with the family members, my theories have not, I mean, they are of no use. So he nullified his own theories, which he created, Now he gives a different theory how by our work, our attitude, we find more happiness and we find more joy into it. Okay. So the mother says that an aimless life, a purposeless life, is a life without joy that makes our life miserable. And today, if you ask everyone, do you have an aim in life? Many people do not understand, especially the young minds, what is aim. Or all those who understand, they understand that yes, I want to be a doctor, I want to be an engineer, I want to be one AI expert, I want a software engineer, computer scientist, engineer, whatever you want, businessman, different kinds of vocational professional domains are there, you refer to that, but that's not the aim. That's not the aim. Okay, so what is then the true aim of life? These can be tools, because as per our temperament, I have an inclination towards something, towards medical science, towards computer science, or towards certain aspects, certain domains. I have an inclination. So that I must use as an instrument to fulfill my true aim of life. But what is the true aim of life? Then Mother says very beautifully that the quality of your life depends upon the quality of your aim, the purpose. The quality of your life depends upon the quality of your aim. Then she says, very interestingly, these four aspects you should remember. Um, she says that your aim should be high, wide, generous, and disinterested. Please remember these four words. Your aim should be high, your aim should be wide, and your aim should be generous, your aim should be disinterested. If you contemplate on these four words, to have a clarity on how do you have a quality aim, then you understand like what we need to do in our life. So what do you mean by our aim should be high? We all have certain mundane aim, right? Certain success we want, but we get stuck with that. But here it has to be higher. We must transcend that, transcend all these little things. We must aspire to soar higher and higher, the higher levels of consciousness. Our aim should be high, towards loftier ideas, higher realms of consciousness. Okay, so we must, uh, you know, fly higher and higher and higher in our life, not get remain stuck with this little aims, little success. Then she says that I want, we must have our aim as wide. Now, on one side, you have higher, the vertically, you have to rise higher and higher. Must include many things. If you become absolutely self-centric, then that is how you are not widening your consciousness. So I have prepared a note, and the narrowness of our consciousness, it will always prompt us to say that, okay, hide it. You will take the name, you will get the praise, so keep it with yourself, don't share with others, right? So you know a technique, you keep it confined to yourself, it doesn't spread, it doesn't help, it helps you maybe, but how it can help the wider society? How do you make it all inclusive? How do you bring everyone into it? So you have to have wider, you encompass, you embrace everyone, right? So you have to expand it, not keep it confined to your own life. Don't be so selfish, be wide. Okay, include everything, be expansive, widen, see that it reaches maximum. Don't hide, don't keep it secret, right? So your aim should be wider. I am just speaking very briefly because I have to confine everything within a short time. We all have to think about it, read that science of living article and reflect upon it. Each word you need. Then she says that our aim should be generous. Okay. So, where from you learn maximum generosity, that you are not miserly. You are not miserly. You are generous. Okay. So, where from you learn maximum generosity? Nature. See, nature doesn't hide anything. Nature is the source of abundance. If you keep yourself, if the humanity keeps itself open to the nature, has proper respect, the nature pours its abundance. But the moment you start exploiting, it hides its resources because it doesn't want to become a part of your agenda of exploitation, which nature doesn't like. Look at a flower. The mother gives this example: be like a flower, open, completely open to the light, to the truth. It's so generous that it doesn't hide its fragrance, its beauty to anyone. It doesn't say that, oh, these people I will not give my fragrance. My beauty is confined only to this segment of people. No, it's open to all. Okay. So that kind of generosity we should carry in all our works. Never become, petty ideas, all meanness, narrowness, miserliness. We have to make ourselves free by, setting up this kind of aim. Then she said, disinterested. If you become disinterested, how will you move forward in life? This beautiful idea of nishkama karma is always mistranslated, misrepresented, mispresented, misunderstood. What is nishkama karma? Actually, I always say that no one can do nishkama karma. It's not something which can be done through your mind or through giving a kind of framework, blueprint. Okay, here is a blueprint for nishkama karma. No, it happens. There's a lot of preparedness which is necessary for the nishkama karma to happen through us. Okay. But disinterestedness, when you say, what will be the driving force then, which will drive me to action if I become disinterested? That no. So here disinterested means that you do everything, but do not attach too much that whether should I get a praise for it or not, whether it will be accepted or not, whether people will like it or not. So every time we post something on our Insta page or Facebook page, so we go on checking, like how many likes, how many comments, how many reach, what is the views, how many views. Do we check or not? So that is attachment, right? We are so attached to it. Why to worry? I have spread an idea. Liked, not liked, it's up to others. Then if someone doesn't like, you say, see, 100 above people have liked my post, but my father didn't like it. My brother didn't like me. That friend of mine didn't like it at all. No comment, nothing. So where is disinterestedness? Do not take interest in such petty things, narrow things. This, remember generosity, remember wideness, remember height. Okay. Disinterested. I do my work with full engagement, completely giving myself 100% to the work. But I'm not attaching myself whether I'll get a praise or not. I give this example of Thomas Edison. What he created, what he gave to us? The electric bulb, right? So how many times he failed? Was he too much attached to his result? So many times, hundreds of times he failed. His assistant told him that, look, let's stop it because we have failed enough number of times. He said, no, it is not my failure. This is the success story of mine because I can tell convincingly the world that these 1,000 things will not work. How to convert our failure into a success story? There the disinterestedness will happen. Okay. So do not be too attached. So if these 4 words we can remember and then see that it helps immensely in shaping our life, in creating our own destiny, which is in our hand. Do not look outside that someone will give me happiness, someone will help me building my life. No, it is entirely up to us. Okay, so that's where Karna, there is a beautiful verse where Karna says that Daivayattam Kule Janma, in which family, in which condition, in which environment I am born, that is entirely Daivayatta. It is under the control of some unseen force, right? Some unseen force. It is not under my control where I am taking birth, in which condition, how. But Madayattam to Paurusham. But my life's destiny is in my hand. Look at this, was the bold statement by Karna, and he proved it. He said, Daivayattam Kule Janma. In which condition, in which family, where I will be born is entirely dependent on some unseen force, which is not under my control. But what is my control is Madayattam to Paurusham. So my destiny is under my control. I will create my own destiny. So that kind of bold sankalpa we need to have. Then the mother says, how to fulfill this aim? What are the steps that we move ahead? Okay, I understand that there has to be a greater aim in life. That aim has to be high, wide, generous, and disinterested. But now I understand what is the next step. The mother says the first step towards fulfilling this or making it happen in our life is to be conscious. What is the first step? Such a simple word, to be conscious. Why she says that, to be conscious? Because we are not conscious. If we look at our own life, very practically, very ruthlessly, you start observing your own life, we are leading an absolutely mechanical, robotic life. Absolutely mechanical life. There's no awareness in that. I don't know whether I'm eating, I'm sleeping, I'm sitting, I'm doing any work, very unconsciously. Very unconsciously, we lead our life. That is where she says very categorically, to be conscious is the first step towards fulfilling this aim. So how do we bring this awareness into everything that we do? If I'm writing, I know that I'm conscious that I'm writing. My whole focus is on what I'm doing. With full awareness, I eat, I walk, I sleep, I do all my works. So, conscious of what? Okay, conscious, to be conscious, but to be conscious of what? Conscious of myself, conscious of oneself. What is this oneself? Should I become conscious of just my outer environment? Oneself means what? So then she says, go deep. There are various parts of your being, right? We have a sarira, we have a physical entity of ours, but we are not conscious of many aspects of our physical entity. We just see that body, hand is moving, leg is moving, my mouth is talking, my tongue is working, some all parts are working condition, but we take it granted. We are not conscious of many parts of our being, many parts of our physical entity. We just know that we don't know how to take care of the body, right? So this is what we are going to discuss and then find out the truth of every part of our being. So like we have a body, physical entity of ours, similarly we have our emotional sensational entity, which is our pranic existence, which is our vital being. All our emotions, our nervous system, our sensations, our dynamic energy, our ambition, our passion, all are connected with our vital being, our pranic entity. So are we conscious of that? No. We are not conscious of our what movements. Suppose any movement which is taking place in us, we cannot precisely say from which part of our being is this movement. Is it a purely physical movement, or is it a vital movement, or is it a mental psychological movement, or is it something, some deeper higher movement, or is it a mixed movement? It's a very highly complex system we carry within it, very difficult to say precisely also because of this complexity, because they are all intermingled, right? So everyone affects everyone within ourselves. That's why we find it in a confused state even when we become more conscious of ourselves. So sometimes people say it was better that I was unconscious. This being conscious is creating more problem in me, more problem in me. See, there is a beautiful story that namaskar. So there was a person who was into thievery, okay, chor tha wo, right? So he used to thieve, but somehow there was a discourse which was happening. Buddha was giving the sermon or discourse. This thief happened to be there. Something, attracted him. Something attracted him. So he went at the end of the discourse and then asked Buddha, like, I am a thief. And after listening to you, there's something happening in me. So please guide me. What should I do? Because after listening to you, now I'm confused whether should I do thievery or not. But then how do I manage my livelihood? How do I manage my livelihood? So there are a lot of confusion which is happening. So Buddha said to him a simple thing. He said, I don't tell you that you're not to do theft. You go, do the theft, continue. But just be conscious. Be conscious. And then come back to me after some time. Then I will tell you what is the next step. Now this person tried 6 months, came back. He said, मेरा तो जीवन बेकार कर दिया आपने. Buddhadev said, I didn't tell you that not to thief, not to steal. I just asked you to be conscious. He said, that is what is creating problem in me. The moment I become conscious, I feel not like stealing. It's creating problem. So I'm in utter confusion. Now what to do? 6 महीने से कुछ मैं भूखा ही हूँ, चोरी नहीं कर पाता हूँ. But go on trying again. But then ultimately there is a transformation which is taking place in him. So this is how to be conscious, how it helps. There was another story. There was a Jain, not Zen, okay, Jain monk. He had a very expensive begging bowl, very expensive begging bowl. So some king or queen had gifted it, studded with lot of precious gems. And एक चोर ने पकड़ लिया उसको, देख लिया कि this monk, what is he going to do with this expensive bowl? He just needs a simple bowl for eating his food. I need it because it will help me. एक बाउल मेरा जिंदगी बन जाएगा. It will fulfill every purpose of my life. That's all. So फिर वो पीछा किया. He followed that monk. And then the Jain monks, they take their food in a secret place. And then after that, they sleep for some time. So this person, he followed this thief. But he had an idea also. He said, like, when I am stealing his precious begging bowl, I should replace it with a simple bowl. He bought a simple bowl also. He said, I'll replace and then take that. And he was hiding. There was a little opening in that hut. So behind that, the thief was hiding. And then this monk had his food. Then what he did, he threw that begging bowl through the small space, which reached exactly where the thief was hiding himself. And then he got shocked. He said, this monk, such a precious begging bowl, he just threw it outside. after food. He didn't even care for it. So something happened. So he carried that bowl and then went inside. He said, I didn't understand. Why did you throw it out? You know, like what was the answer of the monk? He said, to bring you in. He said, I threw out my begging bowl to bring you in. And that is the end of the story. Then he becomes a disciple of that monk and then becomes another greatest monk. So this is how the transformation or being conscious helps. You don't know when it is going to happen. There will come a moment if we are becoming in our day-to-day activities, in every aspect of life, if we are adding this awareness and consciousness, see how it is helping. But more than being conscious of anything else, the mother says that turn in, concentrate on the different parts of your being, your physical being, your vital being, your mental being, and your spiritual being, which she calls it, Sri Aurobindo calls it as the psychic being, the deepermost, the inmost divinity, that essence of our being. And then she says that you have to bring it to the front. Okay, let it be the leader of your life. So this is the culmination of our whole effort of being conscious, that when that inner divinity comes to the front to lead our life. So that's what she calls it as the psychic emergence. Okay, the psychic, the inner divinity comes forward to lead our life. How beautiful it will be. Like we are led by a higher force, we are led by the light, we are led by the truth, we are led by the dharma, we are led by the higher forces, all the devatas. They collaborate when it happens. Then the life will be transformed. Very different life. We are still in the world and doing everything. You can become a computer scientist, no matter. APJ Abdul Kalam was the greatest missile person. Look at his life. Because he had a conscious life. He had set the goal of life. He was clear. He was absolutely, he had that clarity. What is the greater purpose in life? Lived a very simple life. When he died, he had only 6 pairs of clothes all the times. He was president. He was asked this question. Not he was asked, he himself asked his assistant before he left his body, just 4 5 months before, the person who was assisting him, he asked him, can you tell me how would you like to be remembered by the world? Look, such a simple and profound question Kalam Sahib asked his assistant. And this is a question we all should ask ourselves. How am I going to be remembered by the world? His assistant was completely confused, contemplated 3 months, had no answer to it. When again Kalam Sahib asked him, what did you think? So he said, I am not getting any clarity. May I ask the same question to you, sir? Are you going to be remembered as the ex-president of India, the missile man, the best book writers? What? All the top recognitions he put before him. How would you like to be remembered? He cancelled everything. He said, no, I don't want to be remembered as the ex-president of India. Can anyone say anyone that, no, I don't want to be remembered with that tag? I do not want to be remembered as the missile man of India. No. The best author? No. Visionary? Leader? No, nothing. How? He said, I want to be remembered by the world as a simple teacher. Because I always found a teacher in me. And he was conscious of that. And his aim was so high, so wide, so disinterested, so generous. He expressed his wish that I want to die while teaching, while my head high. And exactly that happened. You know how he died? While giving a lecture, he fell down in IIM Shillong. right? So the way he described how he wants to die, the same thing happened, because truthful people speak the truth, and that happens. And to that level, one can arrive by leading a conscious life. So, throughout these 4 days, we will be exploring our physical being, our vital being, our mental psychological being, our spiritual being, psychic being, and then see that how do we set this fourfold aim of our life, in the sense that what the Mother and Sri Aurobindo have said, keeping our aim high, wide, generous, and disinterested, and then how to fulfill this aim by living a conscious life. So that is what is the purpose this time, when we have gathered together here to do this spiritual retreat. Okay, I'll stop here, because now the other sessions will happen. But in case there are any questions or anything that you would like, but be very focused when you ask questions. First reflect upon it, that it is a valid question. Be to the point, because asking question is also an art. Many people do not know what to ask, how to ask. That also you train yourself, right? How do I formulate a question? See, I'll tell you very interesting, the life of Mother and Sri Aurobindo and all that they have done. We do not know how to formulate, put in proper words. Like the Mother has a very simple book called Prayers and Meditations. What is the name of the book? Prayers and Meditations. There are many, many prayers, very reflective, very meditative. And she used to pray with those prayers. Someone asked the Mother, it's natural, because every follower worships their guru as the divine, right? So the Mother was respected there as the divine Mother. Okay, Shri Ma. So one sadhak, one seeker asked the Mother, we worship you as the divine Mother. We bring all our prayers to you. Whom do you pray? It's natural, because she's every day praying. These prayers and meditations are by her only. Okay. Whom do you pray? Because these are beautiful prayers. Then she said, these prayers are always meant for the Supreme Divine. But why am I praying? And this was also the question, like, why are you praying? He said, I am praying because the humanity in this condition, humanity in the present condition, does not know how to pray, doesn't know how to formulate the words. So I am, through these prayers, I am helping the humanity how to formulate the prayers. So most of the times we go to the temple, go to the shrine, go to a place, and then we go blank. अरे इतना सब सोचा था, अब तो कुछ ही नहीं आ रहा है. We don't know how to pray. Or then we make some confused prayer. We are not clear what to ask. अरे ये क्यों मैं, फिर बाद में सोचते हैं अरे मैंने ये क्यों मांगा? This is so narrow. I shouldn't have done this. So this happens or not happens. So how to formulate? Another anecdote I'll tell you. Someone asked the Mother, tell us, it is said that when you wish something while looking at a shooting star, it becomes true. We have this idea, let's shooting star. So whatever you wish, it gets fulfilled. The Mother said, yes. Then she said, but in all the cases, it becomes a failure. It doesn't become success. Why? She said that it happens in a very short span of time. Just by the time you formulate your wish, it's gone. Right? By the time you formulate your wish, it's gone. Then for whom it becomes success? All those who lead a life of clarity, life of purpose, they are clear. Any moment they can clearly formulate their wish, because they know, they're conscious what they want in life. For them it becomes successful. So that is where leading a conscious life is going to happen. That is why the school was very aptly renamed as a school of conscious transformation. And that is why this spiritual retreat, and let's all together harmoniously make it a successful event which will help us help the humanity. Okay. So as I said, that formulate your questions very precisely and then ask. Yeah.
First of all, Pranam Shriman. I am Ayush Dwivedi of class 10F. So I understood every point except one point, and it is also on the PPT, that aiming wide cultivates deep and universal empathy. But the first point, which says it dissolves defensive boundaries of the self, isn't that a negative point that we are lowering down all our guards?
No, it doesn't. It's not a negative point in the sense that all the petty things that we have, all the narrow things, so it vanishes, because by this we create a boundary that my limit is this much, my selfish limit is this much, our selfishness, our selfish interest, vested interest, it creates a boundary for us. It dissolves all boundaries and then makes us wider.
We are talking about dissolving all the selfish interests.
Selfish interest, yeah. That means I'm not bound by any boundaries. I'm beyond, I'm transcending. This is the approach. Okay, so we will close this session with 1 minute silence, and during this silence you are observing your breath, becoming conscious, and also try to reflect upon all that we discussed. Okay, then the rest of the sessions will be followed. Oh. Okay, thank you.
Vande Mataram, everyone. Before we proceed further, we are fortunate to have some guests among us. I would like to welcome Mrs. Archana Khaitan, a very dear friend of the school, management committee members and our mentors, Professor Nautiyalji, Professor Vinod Solanki ji, guest of honor, Chairperson Kaveri's group of schools, Mitali Di, Pooja ma'am from Kaveri group, our guest of honor, General Ranjan, NLP coach Priyanka ji, and Mrs. Sheila Bharatia, Anjali ma'am's childhood friend. Though this is the 9th edition of our spiritual retreat, we are so fortunate to be blessed with such an august gathering today because of the endless efforts of Professor Sampadanand Mishra ji and our chairperson, Ma'am Anjali Jaipuria. I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you. Now I would invite Amritansh Pandey to carry forward the proceedings. All right.
I think one name has been left out, my very dear friend Anita ji from Delhi. So yeah, warm welcome to you, Anita. Thank you.
Vande Mataram to all, respected Sampadanand sir, respected Anjali ma'am, Pramini ma'am, esteemed guests, teachers, and dear fellow students. We began this retreat seeking a pause, a moment to turn inwards. Sir, you have given us more than a pause. Through your address on the sublime aim of life, you've definitely given us a compass to give concrete, positive direction to our lives. You reminded us that the mother said that an aimless life is a life without joy, that our aim should be high, generous, disciplined, and wide, that every occasion is a conscious occasion, that nature is the greatest source of abundance. It doesn't hide its utility and beauty, and that the quality of life depends on the quality of aim. Your words have not only fed our minds, they have also stirred something quite deeper: the longing for a higher purpose, the courage to look beyond the self, and the faith that each of us carries the potential to be an instrument of that sublime aim. We offer you our sincere gratitude for lighting the flame within us, for your patience, for your clarity, and the spiritual depth you have brought to this gathering. On behalf of the entire retreat, I thank you for for blessing us with your presence, your wisdom, and your time. Dhanyavad, sir.
Vande Mataram. Today, I feel privileged to speak about Anjali Jaipuria ma'am, an educationalist dedicated to transforming the Indian educational system through wisdom of Vedic learning and modern educational practices. A graduate in economics from Lady Shri Ram College, she has devoted her life to educational reforms and value based learning. As vice chairperson of Integral Education Society and president of Navsrijan, she has worked tirelessly to provide quality educations to marginalized children. Through the Mother's Institute of Research, she has contributed to research in integral yoga and educational transformation. They have published over 200 books in field of spirituality and education. Her initiatives like Dev Bhasha, Healing Habitat, and Raising Consciousness inspire students to develop values, gratitude, awareness, and holistic growth. Her vision continues to motivate educators and learners towards meaningful and conscious education. I now invite Anjali ma'am to enlighten us with her insights on today's session.
Hello, am I audible? Oh. So, one after the other, are you all prepared for the next session? Remember the story that Sampaji gave of the Jain Muni who threw the very expensive bowl outside the window? And the thief came inside and he said, "Why did you throw it out?" And what was the answer? So today's session is for that only. to take all of us in, really deep within, where God sits, lives, resides, to meet Him who we are intrinsically. All right? So, wherever in between you feel you have a question, please don't hesitate to raise your hand and we will break in between. It's a long session, so it should be interactive. All right? So, let's begin with a minute of silence where we invite the divine to speak through us, to question through you, and to answer through me. Right?
There is a divine will that wants to manifest itself in physical life. Our aim is to discover that divine will and to work for its manifestation in physical life. The Mother.
So, how many of you are attending the spiritual retreat for the first time? That's a lot of new hands. Beautiful. So, what are your expectations from this spiritual retreat? One or two answers. If you have a formulated answer, कि मैंने क्यों attend कर रहा है? Why am I attending it? What is your expectation? Anybody? Yes, please give a mic there. And give your name and class, beta.
Vande Mataram, ma'am. I am Arjun Mishra of 9C. I joined the spiritual retreat primarily to formulate what is the central idea, central guide in life that I want to work towards, the central higher and luminous idea that I want to work towards.
Very beautiful. I think it's a beautiful reason for joining the retreat. And those who have attended spiritual retreats in the past, how many of us have attended spiritual retreats in the past? Okay, that's also a lot of us. Do you have any specific expectation? Yes, beta, your name and class, huh?
Ma'am, I'm a new child, ma'am. Class 8C, Akshat Kumar Gupta. Ma'am, this school has a title of conscious transformation, and I thought that it's my first time, so maybe spiritual retreat can actually give this title that by the school is called a conscious transformation, and I wanted to be more focused towards my studies and to be more conscious in life. That's why I joined spiritual retreat.
Beautiful, beautiful. So, yeah, please. Please keep your mics on, huh? We have enough batteries. We'll change it after the session, so we don't waste time.
Ma'am, this is my second retreat, and the first time I came, it was actually I improved myself after that. And this second retreat, I'm coming for a reason that I want to now develop consciously. I have now focus. I have started to focus after the first retreat. I started to know myself better, and the second retreat, I've come with a motive to understand what I am. This is my motive for this time's retreat.
Beautiful.
That's why I'm coming.
Beautiful. So happy to have a school full of students who are living their life so consciously that you all want to transform consciously. You're conscious about transforming consciously. That's beautiful, and we are really grateful to the divine, to Sri Aurobindo and the Mother, for inculcating this consciousness in all of you. Yes.
Vande Mataram, ma'am.
Vande Mataram.
I'm Ayush Dwivedi of class 10F.
Can we raise the volume of the students, please? Yes.
Pranam, ma'am.
Pranam.
So the first time I came, I was all confused and I only had questions. But this time,
I remember.
I have questions and I have answers as well. And I believe in one thing a lot, that the quality of people you live with, You become an average of that. So when I am among great personalities and all of the good people that are here, I'll become better somewhat, and it will have a greater effect on my life. That is why I'm here for the second time, because it is a very enlightening and delightful experience, and it is very rare that we get to experience something like this spiritual retreat.
Thank you so much. Yeah, one last, yes.
Ma'am, I have joined the spiritual retreat to delve deeper into the school's philosophy or become transforming into a better being, but consciously, and also to practice meditation deeply.
Beautiful. Thank you. I hope you're successful in your expectations. So, in short, we're all looking forward to these 4 days beginning today, 5 days rather, beginning today, to an insightful journey into the world of conscious transformation, right? And I would like to begin with a story. I don't know if I've shared this story earlier with you, but it's one of my favorite stories. And it is the story of Ernesto and Michelangelo. How many of you know about Michelangelo? Yes, the famous artist of Italy in the 1500s. So Michelangelo was commissioned to paint the Sistine Chapel, right? And he had to paint the life of Jesus Christ. So he started and he said, well, I have to start with baby Jesus. So I have to find a face which is innocent, which has divinity and purity, because I need a face. So he looked through um, the streets and markets of Italy and Sicily, and he found a very beautiful child. Full, his face was just reflecting innocence, divinity, grace, sweetness. His name was Ernesto, and he chose him to pose for the face of baby Jesus. And since it was a very large commission, it couldn't be finished in a year. It took him many years till he reached. So Ernesto was there, who posed for baby Jesus's face. Michelangelo continued to paint the life of Jesus. Several years later, he was looking for a face because he had to do the Last Supper. You all are aware of the Last Supper? And who had betrayed Jesus? Judas. So now Michelangelo said, I need a face of a hardened criminal, a person who can betray somebody like Jesus. So he started going again on the streets. He wouldn't find that kind of a face. Then he went into a pub. And in the pub, he saw somebody who was like a hardened, broken, frustrated man. And his face was full of betrayal. And that was Garibaldi. And he chose Garibaldi. He asked Garibaldi, would you pose for Judas? He said, I'll do anything for money. It makes no difference to me. So Garibaldi was chosen. And Garibaldi would be posing every day. One day, Garibaldi's eyes fell upon some of the paintings that he had done, rough sketches of baby Jesus. And he saw those paintings and his tears started flowing. Can anybody here guess why his tears started flowing? Anybody? Yes?
Because it was him, Ernesto.
Yes. It was that innocent, sweet, divine, pure Ernesto who grew into a form of betrayal, dishonesty, and living a life which is really not worth living. And he broke into tears and he asked Michelangelo, he said, don't you recognize me, uncle? I was Ernesto. So, do you think this is just the story of Ernesto and Garibaldi? It isn't. This is a story about all of us. This is a story about the innocence, the purity, the divinity with which we are born. But somewhere along life, we seem to lose that innocence. Why? Because the divinity within us, the psychic entity, the psychic being within us We are not told about it. We are not brought inside. If we are brought inside our being when we are kids, when we are young, and then we are told about the psychic entity within us, the psychic being within us, and how to nurture it, how to nourish it, how to grow it, how to make it stronger and stronger and stronger. If that is taught to us at a young age, then we don't lose that basic connection that we are born with. And all our education, unfortunately, focuses on what? Focuses on the physical being, the Annamaya Satta. It focuses a little bit, hardly, on the emotional being, the Pranamaya Satta. Mostly on the Manomaya being, which is also not fully focused. Because if you want to grow the Manomaya being, the mental Satta, then you need to learn to silence yourself. You need to learn to have clarity in your thoughts, which is not the focus in most educational spaces. It's more about mugging, it's not about silencing. When we silence ourselves, the higher light enters into our being and the clarity starts manifesting itself in our Manomaya Satta. So, what was the reason that Ernesto became Garibaldi? Can anybody tell me? One hand. Why did Ernesto become Garibaldi? What was missing in his education? The experience, the knowledge of the psychic entity. The experience, the knowledge, and the method of connecting to the psychic entity, the method of connecting to the psychic being, and how to nurture it and nourish it, that when we become older, it is not just the mind and the vital being and the physical being which are working, that they become pure instruments of the psychic entity within. What is the prayer that you repeat 4 times a day in your silence time? Can we do that? And let us connect. What is it that we are looking for? Can we all say that prayer together? There. Yes, to so there is a divine will that wants to manifest itself in this physical life. And where is that? And what is the aim of life? To discover that divine will. Where is that divine will seated? Where is that divine will seated within us? Deep, inmost within us. Deep within us. And that is what we are going to discuss today. We are going to discuss the psychic entity and the psychic being and how they are connected to the outer being, so that we are able to go back and connect within to our inmost, deepest, most beautiful self, which is God Himself. Right? Are you all ready for the journey? Yes, ma'am. It's an exploration. And even if our education focuses fully on the physical being, on the vital emotional being, on the mental being, we would still not be better than unconscious students, because until we are connected to the seat of consciousness within, our education is incomplete, right? And that missing dimension, the psychic entity, the psychic being, is what we are going to discuss today. The psychic entity is seated deep, 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 deep within us. And it is a psychic being that actually makes the Manomaya Satta, the mind, it makes it function. How would the mind, when we are alive, we are alive. But when the person is dead, the body is there, the mind is there, everything is there. What has left the body? The soul has left the body. So who are we? Who was I in my last life? Who am I going to be in my next life? So am I Anjali? Was I Anjali in my last life? Will I be Anjali in my next life? So we must be able to identify with that part in me, which is a real me, which was, which is, and which will continue to be, right? And we're all born with this inmost being. Okay? Now you may wonder, why should I know about the psyche? चल तो रही है जीवन, ठीक तो है, पढ़ रहे हैं, क्लास में फर्स्ट सेकंड आ ही जाते हैं, नहीं आते तो भी आई एम हैप्पी. But are we really happy? There's something that we find that something is missing in our life, right? How many of us feel कि हमारा will power पूरा नहीं है? I don't have the will power. Yeah? And we need to strengthen our willpower. Let me tell you, in the Mahabharata, Duryodhan said to Krishna, Janami dharmam nachame pravritti. I know what is right, but I don't have the inclination and the willpower to follow dharma, to follow what is right. I know what is right, but my willpower is so weak that I'm not able to follow it. Then he says, Janami adharmam nachame nivritti. I know what is adharma, I know what is wrong, but I don't have the inclination, the willpower to be able to leave it in my actions, in my thoughts, in my emotions. So, this is the reason why we must be connected to the psychic. Because knowing the psychic, to be connected to the psychic, not only gives us the right knowledge of what is the right, what is the correct thing to do, but being connected to the psychic also gives us the strength of willpower to follow that which is right. That is why it is so important to be connected to the psychic entity and the psychic being. Is that clear? Any questions up till now? Right? So we have to know it. We have to learn to connect with it. We have to learn to strengthen the psychic being. And we have to do it consciously. And we have to do it constantly. सवेरे उठ के 2 मिनट प्रेयर कर लिया और रात को सोने के पहले कर लिया, नहीं बदलेगा जीवन. अगर जीवन को बदलना है तो, as Sampath ji said, the aim of life has to be high, wide, generous, disinterested. For that, we need to keep connecting to the psychic being in everything we are doing. When we silenced just before the talk, what did we do? We have to connect to the psychic. When we silence ourselves after the talk, again we connect. And you remember the three magic words? Yeah, what are they? Can someone pick up, raise their hand? One. Yeah, all of you. Tell me, what are those words? Remember the psychic being in everything you're doing. Offer what you're going to do to the psychic being and invite it into what you're doing. Ki aap karo mere through. Let me be only an instrument. Nothing else. Let me just be an instrument and you perform through me. Right? Should we proceed further? Slide. So let me start from the beginning. When there was neither time nor space.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Really sorry to interrupt.
No problem at all.
Our group had a question. What is the primary difference between psychic being and psychic entity as it was written on the slide?
Yeah. So we are going to be talking about the psychic entity just now. And then we'll talk about the psychic being. After that, if the question is still alive, we will ask.
Thank you,
Okay? Thank you. I'm glad you asked the question. That means you're really listening very, very consciously. So let me start from the time when there was neither time nor space. There was only the supreme divine, that divine presence. And then the divine play or Leela began. The divine, it was only him. He was there, present. But there was no universe, there was no solar system, there was nothing, right? And he thought to himself that I need to become many. And our Vedic rishis have heard that. Our Vedic rishis have quoted it in the Vedas. Bahusyam, Bahusyam. I want to become many. I want to become many. I want to become many. And this process, of course, if I go into this, The whole talk will get into the story of becoming. So we can do that some other time. If you all are interested, I would love to come to Lucknow and tell you the whole story of becoming. What we call the story of creation is actually not a creation, because creation is, suppose there's a work of art. An artist has done it. He has done it, but is he there in the art? His thought is there. He is not there. This universe, this solar system, these expanding galaxies, they're the story of becoming. Because the Lord himself became the universe. He hid his consciousness, he hid himself, so the perfect became the imperfect. Right? Now, when the imperfect came, and it is him only, then he in his perfect self said, well, how will the imperfect become the perfect again? How will it become conscious? So, just like a tree becomes countless seeds, what is the potentiality of every seed? It can become a full tree. In the first or second spiritual retreat, all the students were given seeds, and they were told कि break करके देखो इसमें क्या है, कि ये seed बन जाता है एक tree, इतना बड़ा banyan tree, इतना सा seed, क्या है इसमें? They all broke it and they found nothing. What is there in the seed? Give me that one magic word. Potentiality. Beautiful. I clap for all of you. So within the seed, there is a potentiality to become a tree. Within a spark from the fire, there is the potentiality to become a full raging fire given the right environment. And so when the divine said, I want to become many, he became many. The divine in his perfect self became many perfect selves. And that inconscient that he had become, which he said, ye kaise grow hoega? In that he impregnated it with the many. अब मैं इसमें चली जाऊंगी तो psychic entity रह जाएगा एक कोने में. So who are we? Each one of us is that which the divine became, but that is hidden within us. And outside, what is it? The imperfect divine with the potentiality to become divine. But that potentiality has to be pumped from inside, and inside us is the perfect divine, right? So tell me, does the seed ever forget that it has to become a tree? Does it forget? Does a spark forget that it has to become a fire? But we have forgotten. We have forgotten. We have forgotten because there is some problem in our basic structure that God has become. He has become the inconscient. He had planned it like that. It was not a mistake. So, slide. The difference with us human beings is that we are not that simple seed. We are not that simple spark, right? We are a manifestation of the story of the great forgetting. God had decided that we forget, that the inconscient forgets. And he knew that we will forget, so he planted himself in his perfect self, the psychic entity within each one of us. Now, once you know that the psychic entity, the perfect, is right there within you, why should we not connect with it? Is there any reason that we should live unconsciously sara zindagi जी रहे हैं, but not conscious of that flame within? Right? Is it clear till now? So what are the three coverings that we have? You all know, our school knows the three beings. The physical, which the physical is the Annamaya Satta in the Vedas. What is the problem with that physical being? It is lazy, it is ignorant, it is built like that. We don't have to blame it, but we have to blame ourselves if we do not connect with the psychic and make the lazy body conscious and active and agile and supple, everything. We can do that because we have the psychic entity within us, right? Then what is our vital being? The Pranamaya Satta. It is full of desires and ambition and all kinds of purity and impurity. It is the force. And if the impure force is converted into the pure force, then the pranamaya satta can be really, really helpful for this growth, right? And then there is the manomaya satta, the mental being. And the mental being, what is its problem? It has ego, it has many other problems, but it is ignorant, but it has the capacity to be completely silent when it wants. It has the potentiality to have absolute clarity. जिसको भी देखा, our ancients, they would close their eyes and they could be able to tell the distance from of the earth from the sun. How could they do that? How could they do that? They didn't have any measurements, tools. They did it. How? Because all the knowledge is within and they were connected to the within. So whatever they needed to know, they just had to connect and the knowledge would spill out, right? So it is the business of every educational institution to connect their students to that inmost being, the psychic entity. Clear? It's clear till now? So God planted himself within us so that we would be able to, we knew that hum sab bhul jayenge. But he said, मैं हूँ, right there within you, in my perfect self. And the day that outside being becomes conscious and starts connecting with the inner being, the psychic entity, and starts inviting it forward, remember, offer, invite. So if we start inviting that being outside, then the work will be done. The work of evolution will happen with great speed. Let me give you an analogy. See, we've heard of coup, COUP, when there is a nation and it's ruled by an emperor. But there are ministers who plan a coup. They say, छोड़ो यार ये emperor क्या करेगा? We three together can rule this country. And then they do a coup and they catch hold of the emperor, put him behind bars, and they start ruling the country. And it's all anarchy because they are not connected. They do not know how to run the country. That is the story of our being. Who is the emperor inside our being? The psychic entity, the psychic being. But who are the ministers? The physical, the vital, and the mental. These are the ministers, and they have said to the emperor, side में बैठो, हम चलाएंगे. और अभी ऐसी चल रही है. कैसी चल रही है? अच्छी नहीं चल रही है. तो अब क्या करना है हमको? We have to reinstate the emperor back in his place. And the ministers have to start asking the emperor, how should we do this? I remember you when I'm doing this. I invite you into this and you do it through us so that there will be purity in all our actions, right? Is the analogy good? Are you able to understand it better because of this analogy? Very good. So this is the divine play. This is God's Leela. It is called divine Leela. And never for a moment are we alone. हम कभी अकेले हैं क्या? Is there any time that God is not there with us? Because He is right there within us, in the center of our heart cavity. He's always there, right? All we have to do is understand mentally the map. This is only mental knowing, but mental knowing will not take us very far. Mental knowing will really help us when we spiritually actually start connecting with the deepest within us. So when we understand mentally the map of our own inner being, and then we start navigating within, going deeper and deeper and deeper, traversing through our inner countries, and till we reach that luminous brilliance within us, right? And for this, all our three, what are they called? The notorious beings, the Annamay, the Pranamay, and the Manomay, all three have to be awakened by us. By the conscious me, we have to awaken these three ignorant coverings to become aware of the soul, to invite the soul in everything we do. Now a natural question may arise. ये psychic entity है क्या? What is this psychic entity? Where in us is it seated? Right? Slide. So Sri Aurobindo wrote in the Life Divine, and I quote, The true soul, secret in us, burns in the temple of the inmost heart. The question, where is it? Behind the thick screen of the ignorant mind, life, and body. So that luminous presence, the true secret soul, is seated behind all this. Unquote. Slide. Let us look at the analogy of a lamp. Can you see the lamp? It's not burning, right? And there is a generator. How will the lamp burn? If the lamp is connected to the generator. Generator रखा है, lamp रखी है, चलेगा नहीं अपने आप. There has to be a connection. So what is the psychic entity? The psychic entity is that generator or transformer, that source of electricity, that source of life is the psychic entity. And the lamp is symbolizing our physical, vital and mental being. ठीक है? And it is this secret, veiled and occult presence that makes all these three function. And this psychic entity is our true being, our master, our true sovereign, our emperor. Actually, it is the us, because it is this psychic entity which was there in the past life, which will be in the next life. So who are we? We are that. It is the real us. But our identification has not been taught to us. Nobody has made us aware that we should be identified with the real us. Right? And so we are all unconscious. Are we all now conscious of who we are? Are we all conscious of that psychic entity? Now, through Apta Vakya Praman, what is Apta Vakya Praman? Apta Vakya Praman is words of those who have realized. Through those some words, we will bring to light what is the psychic entity and then move forward. Slide. See, the soul or the psychic entity has been described in the Vedas as come on, Agni. And what is the prayer that we all have learned in our Om Agnim Ide? O Agni, burn. Purohitam Yagyasya. This life that I'm leading is like a yagya. And who are you, O Agni? You are the Purohit. You know the right thing to do. You are the leader. I call you in everything I do. Purohitam Yagyasya. Devam. You are the divine himself in all purity. Ritvijam. You know the right time. Hotaram. You can invite the divine because you have the capacity. Ratnadhatamam. Ratnadhatamam means he who can hold the greatest Ratna. What is the greatest Ratna? That the divine will pours itself through us and it manifests through our outer being. That is the greatest Ratna. But our body, our vital being, our mind don't have the capacity to bear it. Dhatamam, dharan karenge. Who has the capacity to bear that joy, that Ratna? The psychic entity. So that is why the Vedic Rishi says, can we all say this prayer together? Om Agnim Ire Purohitam Yagyasya Devam Ritvijam Hotaram, call Ratna Dhatamam. You can hold that Ratna of the highest delight. Right? How many of you have heard the story of Nachiketas? Yes, very good. So Nachiketas went to Yamaraj, and when he asked him to tell him about the soul, Yamaraj called it the dwarf. Why did he call it the dwarf? Because it's small. It's seated behind, right? The dwarf that is seated in the heart cavity. And what did Yamaraj say? That even the gods are doing homage to our God, to this God seated within. The gods don't have a psychic being. They don't have a psychic entity. And they are also wanting to live within the body of a human being so they can experience the delight of experiencing a psychic entity, psychic being. And further, Yamaraj says
that we do not live by the breath alone. हम सोचते हैं ना हमारी सांसें खत्म हो गई हैं. He says we do not live by the breath alone, but by something else we live, in which these breaths have their being. And he meant the soul. कि हमारी जो सांसें चल रही हैं वो किसके कारण चल रही हैं? Because of the psychic entity within. And the next example that I give to you is my most favorite. In the Vedas, the rishis have called this psychic entity Madhvadaha, the well of honey covered with a rock. So why is it called honey by them? Because they knew that the nature of the psychic entity, the nature of the soul is sweetness, pure sweetness. And the Vedic rishis had experienced it. So we think of ourselves as Anjali, Malati, Sampada, Nandji. But in essence, we are not that. In essence, we are that honey. We are that well of honey, which is covered up with all sorts of habits of Anjali, Malati, Sampadji. These are just habits that make me Anjali, that makes Malati di, that makes Sampadji, Sampadji. Actually, who are we? That well of honey, right? As I said to you earlier, in our earlier life, we were not Malati. In our next life, we will not be Malati, but we will continue. And that which continues is the psychic entity and the psychic being, right? What do we have to do then? We have to identify ourselves with our real self. Slide. In the words of Sri Aurobindo, and again I quote, this veiled psychic entity is the flame of the Godhead, always alight within us. It is a flame born out of the divine, unquote. In the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna calls it Mamaeva Ansho. Can anybody complete this verse? Anybody who's been reading the Bhagavad Gita? Okay. Mamaeva Ansho, he says it is my portion. It is Sanatana, it is eternal, right? And just like the seed is identical to the tree in its personality and potentiality, just like the spark is identical in potentiality to the fire, similarly, the soul is identical to the divine from whom it is born. So, in fact, it is the divine in us, right? God is there, seated within us. This you all have heard, so I don't have to say it. Sant Kabir, what did he say? Who can quote? Kasturi kundal base, मृग ढूंढे वन माही, ऐसे घटी घटी राम है, दुनिया देखत नाही. You know, the deer has musk in his navel. You know what is musk? It's a beautiful smell. And the deer is not aware of it. And he can smell it because it's there, right there in his own navel, but he's not aware of it. His parents didn't tell him, his education, his institutions didn't tell him about it. So what is he doing? He's looking for the musk in the trees, in the bushes, in the plants. So Sant Kabir says, just like the deer is unaware of the musk in his own navel, we are unaware of the presence of God, Allah, Christ, Jesus, whoever we want to pray to. He is right there within us, but we are unaware of it. But from today, are we unaware? Are we unaware of this luminous presence within us? Anybody here? No. Very good. Slide. So, the mother said, in the soul, the individual and the divine are eternally one. Therefore, now listen to these words, very important. To find one's soul is to identify with one's soul, is to unite with the divine. Right? हमारे ही अंदर divine बैठा है. हमारी consciousness को कहाँ रहना चाहिए? Our consciousness is so bahirmukhi, na, outside. If we bring all our consciousness together and start residing, the consciousness starts residing within, our life would change.
So do you want to hear a little poem? थोड़ी लंबी है. Poem सुनना है किसी को? Slide. The title of the poem is Citizenship of the Within. Become a citizen of the inmost space where laws are made by His grace. There God's love and sweetness flow and touch each longing soul they trace. What are the laws inside? They are God's laws. So there's only sweetness there. So where should we be a citizen of? Right now our consciousness is outside. So it's a citizen of the outer world. We have to become citizens of the inmost world. Become a citizen of the inmost space where laws are made by His grace. There God's love and sweetness flow and touch each longing soul they trace. There is another path, the common one, that most of us choose and know. Citizens of the outer world, we wander through its endless show. And who is that world ruled by? That world is ruled by selfish ones, by ego, lust, and greed for gold. Joy one moment, grief the next. Is this the life we came to hold? We didn't come for that life. We came, what Sampaji said, we came for experiencing joy, ananda. So what should we do? Take citizenship of the within and live beneath His sovereign reign. Your field of work be the outer world. काम तो बाहर ही करना होगा ना, काम अंदर नहीं करना है. काम स्कूल में करना है, फैमिली में करना है, इंडिया के लिए, भारत के लिए करना है, वर्ल्ड के लिए करना है. So take citizenship of the within and live beneath His sovereign reign. Your field of work be the outer world. Transform and adorn it again and again. बाहर का जो ये ब्लॉसमिंग पेड़ है उसको ट्रांसफॉर्म करो, हमारे फिजिकल को ट्रांसफॉर्म करो, वाइटल को ट्रांसफॉर्म करो, मेंटल को ट्रांसफॉर्म करो. As you move in the outer world, His inmost laws make your guide. Guide कौन होना चाहिए? The inmost laws, laws of the soul's divine truth. Let your consciousness in them reside. Root this glorious tree of life. What do we have given by God? A glorious life. It's a tree of life. Root this glorious tree of life. इसका root कहाँ होना चाहिए? Deep in the soil of the inmost soul. Let it blossom in the outer world. Fill it with grace. Make it whole. Body, emotions, and your mind. Bring them into balance and light with the laws of the inmost world. Make them perfect. Make them bright. I was and am, and yours shall be, dwelling in my soul's country. Face to face, I'll meet you, God. My Lord, just yours is Anjali. All right. So, slide. Let us pause for 2 minutes and make a humble effort to connect with this luminous presence within us. 2 minutes pause, deep pause. And as Sampaji guided, what I like to do is when you look at your breath, make your breath slow. But with the breath, you can chant any mantra. Because then the naughty monkey mind doesn't move because the mind has been given the work of the mantra. And you're noticing your breath, and with your breath, you're doing a mantra, but you're going deep, deep, deep within. 2 minutes. Okay. It's not easy to come out, and nobody really wants to come out. I can understand that. But we have to proceed. Slide. So now, what does this soul or psychic entity do? Standing behind the body, life, and mind, the soul silently witnesses our body, vital, and mind. Like the emperor, जिसके साथ coup हो गया था. Did he say anything? No, he said, I'm fine. In the prison, in the cell, I'm fine. When you will invite me to come out, I will come out. So the soul, psychic entity, silently witnesses the body, vital, and mind. But even when it silently is witnessing, it supports them, because without the psychic entity, we can't even breathe. So it subtly supports them. What else does the psychic entity do? It constantly sends intimations to them. It whispers to us, ये करो, ये करो, ये करो. But बहुत soft whispers होते हैं. It attracts us to Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram. All that is true, all that is good, and all that is beautiful. It reminds us to search for a deeper meaning of life. Like the mother said, depending on the aim of life will be depending on the quality of your aim will be the quality of your life. So what does a psychic entity do? It reminds us to search for a deeper meaning of life. It's not just that I want to become a doctor, I want to become an engineer or a scientist, but what is the greater good, right? That I can achieve through becoming that. Of course, I have to look after myself, but I have also a greater responsibility in this world. And it reminds us to recover our hidden self. So, what do we have to do? We have to tell our outer instruments that at everything you do, remember the psychic entity, offer to the psychic entity whatever you're doing, and invite it into that, right? Do you all have any questions, or should we move ahead to the psychic being? Are you all okay? Focused? Anybody here feeling sleepy? Yes, beta, please give the mic.
Ma'am, I had to ask, I'm sorry it's a bit late, but in the starting ma'am, I had the question, can we say that if the divine, broke himself into many, and we all are like one piece of his many, then we all are like a puzzle which in unity will become one again?
Okay, it's a very beautiful and legitimate question. All right. Yeah, your name and class.
Ma'am, I'm Athav Jindal from 7G.
7G. Have you all learned the mantra Om Purnamadaha? So let's say it together. Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. So the divine Atharva was not a piece of cake which was divided into many pieces. When a tree becomes many seeds, does the tree divide itself or it becomes the seeds? Take the mic and give me the answer.
Ma'am, it becomes its seed.
Becomes the seeds, and each seed has the potentiality to become the divine again, become the tree again, right? So the divine became multiple, zillion, gazillion souls. And the souls, I'm going to be talking about it later in the paper, how this whole evolution happened. And we have reached the point where now we are conscious. We are conscious that the divine is within me. I am the divine. I have the potentiality of the divine, and I can consciously evolve into a higher being. Abhi, what are we? See, we have this journey from man animal to man human to man divine. Abhi hum kahan pahunche? Some of us are man animal, some of us are man human, most of us are man animal and man human. We are still very animalistic and we are still very human. But we have to reach the third stage, man divine. And that can happen only when we connect again and again, consciously live our life. Everything we do with utter consciousness, right? Okay, have I answered your question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
God didn't divide himself, he became many. Okay, so yes, please, you have a mic? Your name and class. Switch it on. When you're planning to ask a question from earlier on, keep the mic on. That's being conscious. दीजिए mic. हाँ, ये ले लीजिए.
वंदे मातरम मैम, आई एम नैनिका बजाज of class 9C.
वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दीजिए बच्चों का.
Ma'am, I had a question. If there is some part of divine within all of us, why does the divine let us do bad things?
Because he wants us to choose to do the right thing. That's the process of evolution. If all of us were divine, how boring it would be. And what would be the joy? When you write a beautiful poem, is there a joy that you feel? Why? Because you've progressed, right? So he wants us to experience the joy of progressing from man animal, consciously progressing to man human, consciously progressing to man divine. That joy, Ratna Dhatamam, that Ratna, that progress, that joy of progress, he wants us to experience.
Thank
All
you.
right? Yes,
Vande Mataram,
name
ma'am.
and class.
Yes, ma'am. Vande Mataram, ma'am. I'm Prakash Kapoor of grade 10F. So I wanted to ask that, like there is psychic being and psychic entity. In the similar way, is there the mental being and the mental entity, the physical being and the physical entity? No.
You guys are really deep. And yes, the divine is behind the mental as well. So right now we are in the unconscious mental, but there is a divine mental behind it. So we need to connect to that. But that is all one. The divine is one. We can just, the divine mental is what we can grow towards, right? Similarly, the divine vital, all of it is the divine force. So we have to grow towards that divinity in every part of our being.
So, ma'am,
Yes.
when the mother in the book on education, when she talks about mental education, so she tells us to master the mental entity or the mental being.
The mental being has to be mastered. And when it gets mastered and it starts connecting with the inmost self, then the inmost self starts working through the outer mental being. But for that, the outer mental being has to make an effort. And that's what you guys are going to give us a talk on, right? On the mental day. You're one of the speakers?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. I'm waiting to hear you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Vande Mataram, ma'am.
Vande
I'm
Mataram.
Jaya Tiwari from grade 10th, Navsrishan. Like we say that after a person is dead, the soul leaves the body. But when something that is omnipresent, how does that actually leave the body?
So again, that question will be answered when you understand the psychic being. So the psychic entity is the soul which is there everywhere. It's omnipresent. The psychic being is a unique formation that happens in human beings. And it is that which leaves the body. Right? Repeat your question again.
Something that, like soul, that is omnipresent, how does that leave the body?
The omnipresent soul has individualized itself. The example that I like to give is like there is a river flowing, right? There's water everywhere, right? Now, in the water, there are individual bubbles, formation of bubbles. The bubbles are individual formations, but they're still part of that water. But there's an individual formation, which is the bubble. Got it? It's still part of the water, but it's an individuality that the divine forms, a uniqueness that he forms within that omnipresence. He is static and he's dynamic. It's a metaphysical concept. May find it difficult now, but when you contemplate on it, asking the psychic entity to help you, asking the psychic being to help you understand it, because it's a metaphysical concept. How the static remains static, but in the static, the dynamic is supported and the dynamic lives within the static. Yeah? There is a uniqueness within the oneness, like the bubbles in a river. Last question, yes?
Ma'am, there was this one quotation in the slide that said that we need to find the psychic and we need to identify the psychic and much more. I could not understand that quotation.
Okay. So, is any one of us actually, has any one of us actually found the psychic? There's one person in the whole school who I know who has found it. I'm not going to name it, it won't be right. But has anybody found the psychic yet? We haven't. So that is why the mother said, you have to find one soul. You have to identify with it, because I said that you were that soul in the past life. You are the soul in this life and you will be the soul in the next life. So we are identifying कि मैं तो अंजलि हूँ. I have to identify with the soul that I am that. That is why those Vyaharitis, Tattvam Asi, that thou art, Aham Brahmasmi, Soham, what are they all saying? The same thing, that I am that. So to find it in our continuous meditations, were you part of Arul Dev's session?
Ma'am, yesterday I was a part of the talk show, but not the session.
Okay. So he also, through his meditations, he takes you deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper within yourself, right? So we have to keep doing that as practices again and again to find the soul, to identify with the soul, and then to start living our consciousness. कुछ भी करती है. A friend is fighting with me and saying some terrible things to me. I don't react. I don't work from the instinct. What should we do? We connect. We connect and we invite, and our consciousness speaks from the soul outward. That we can do even if we have not found the soul yet. Even if we have not seen the soul, the flame, even if we have not seen it yet, we can still connect with it and invite it into our outer being. All right? Clear? Okay, should we go ahead?
Ma'am, I am Adhya Singh from class 6D, and my question was that we are the imperfect divine of the divine, but in ourselves there are the perfect. Can the perfect divine that has duplicated us can not do the mistake? I have listened many times that the perfect cannot do a mistake. Can he do?
No, the perfect doesn't do a mistake, but the imperfect outside being does not listen to the perfect. So our outer being, our physical, vital, and mental are still imperfect. I said, no. Man, animal, and man, human is what we are outside. So this outer being has to connect with the inmost being, which is the perfect being, right? Because God, if he had to be described in one word, it would be perfect, or another one word would be love. So we have to connect with that fountain of love within, right? And take its help to consciously transform the outer being. Okay? Should we go ahead? Otherwise, we won't finish the understanding next after a little while. So when we are more animalistic and barbarian, our body, vital emotions, our mind, they choose not to hear the soul's intimations. But through life after life after life after life, birth, rebirth, what happens? The soul's influence starts growing. And when the soul's influence starts growing and our outer being is listening to the soul sometimes, the psychic being starts growing. So, what is the psychic being? It is a soul personality. What is the psychic entity? It was just a flame, but that flame alone cannot connect with the outer body. When the outer body starts listening to the flame, then a personality starts growing, which has been called in our Upanishads as the Chaitya Purusha. Chaitya Purusha. Psychic being is the Chaitya Purusha, which gradually starts growing around the soul. Slide. See, now we will attempt to understand the psychic being. All right? The psychic entity is in everything. In worms, in animals, in the stable, animate, inanimate, stones, rivers, everywhere. The psychic entity is impersonal. It is everywhere. It is the divine presence. It is omnipresent. But the psychic personality, the psychic being, is personal. It is unique to the earth nature, and it has developed only in human beings. A dog or a cow or a bird cannot connect to the soul and transform itself. A dog or a cat or a bird or a cow will remain what they are. Their nature is fixed. But in human beings, this soul has created a personality around it. And that personality will grow and grow. The psychic being, the Chaitya Purusha, can grow and grow the more the outer being, the three ministers, the physical, vital, and mental, if they start involving, inviting, remembering, and inviting it outside and listening to its whispers, listening to its intimations, then the psychic personality starts growing. That light starts emanating, right? Clear? Since the psychic being is not impersonal, it is personal. Your psychic being will be different from my psychic being. Pramini ma'am's psychic being will be different from Prakash's psychic being, because everybody's psychic being is growing individually and differently, right? At different pace. Each one's psychic being is growing at a different pace. जितना हम उसको invite करते हैं, जितना हम उसको सुनते हैं, उतना वो psychic being grow करता जाता है, bigger and bigger. See, when we see saints, sages, we notice a kind of light around them. I can say that for my teacher, Kirit Joshi ji, when I used to meet him. There used to be an aura of goodness, an aura of sweetness, as if his Madhvada, his soul was right in front. There was nothing but sweetness that would pour out of him. So when we meet saints and sages, their psychic being has become so big and powerful, and it pours out of their outer being, right? And where is the source of this divinity? The source is the psychic entity, and their consciousness is constantly, continuously connected to their inmost being, and it is inviting it and connected consciously, right? They've chosen to become aware and conscious in their thoughts, their emotions, and their physical being, right? And as I told you earlier, even demigods, gods, they don't have a psychic being. And they also say कि काश मुझे एक इंसान का शरीर मिल जाता. If I could get a human being, human body, I could taste and experience the joy of that sweetness within. Clear? The soul personality, as I told you, has been called the Chaitya Purusha in the Upanishads. In the Kathopanishad, Yama, while describing the psychic being to Nachiketas, he says it is Angushta Matram, as big as a thumb. But he says the more you connect to the psychic being, the more you listen to the psychic being, this Angushta Matram can become, that personality can become bigger and bigger, grow, grow, grow. And its influence will flow through our outer being. We'll become more and more perfect in what we do. Right? Slide. Let us go back to our analogy of the generator and the lamp. That time the lamp was not lit. Why? Because it didn't have the wire that connects the psychic entity to the lamp. Right? Clear? The psychic being is like that electric wire which connects the generator to the lamp. The generator is the psychic entity, the soul, the Agni, the flame. The Vedas called it the Agni. And the lamp is our human physical, vital, and mental. But there is this wire which is only in human beings, which is the psychic being, the Chaitya Purusha, that which is Chaitya, which is aware. Right? If we didn't have this wire, the psychic being, we would have no direct connection between God and our outer being. And this is possible only for human beings. Slide. So what is the whole connection? The psychic entity or God within sends intimations through the psychic being to our physical body, vital emotions, and our mind. And depending on the purity and depending on the perfection of our outer instruments, we will be able to receive these intimations. अगर हम impure हैं, suppose bulb थोड़ा कई बार bulb बहुत dim हो जाता है ना, it's not fused but it is become dim, something has happened to the coils. Then even if the light from the generator is full, even though the wire is transmitting it, but the bulb cannot take in the light, take in the electricity, cannot fully manifest it. That is what we have to see in our own being. In our being, how much purity we have in our physical being, how agile, supple, active, not lethargic our physical body is. Our vital body, our emotional being, how wide it has become, how generous it has become, how disinterested it has become. Then our vital being will be able to accept the intimations and actually let them shower out of us. And our mental being is not only information study, books, ratification. No, our mental being has to become clearer and clearer, has to learn to get silent, learn to develop silence. At one moment when we want that silence, we should be able to have a silent mind. These are the progress of the physical, vital, and mental being, right? See, if you have a glass of milk and you have a glass and you have a sieve, छानना है ना, मलाई नहीं चाहिए. But जो sieve है, जो छलनी है, that is muddy. Now you pour this clean milk through the muddy sieve. What will happen? The milk will become. That is the whole story of our being. If our outer being is not perfected, then even if the light is coming from the psychic entity through the psychic being, it is not manifesting fully because we have not perfected our outer instruments, right? For example, the soul intimation may say that this friend really needs help. And we have an exam tomorrow. We have studied for it. But this friend has been sick and he really needs help from us. And the soul intimation is saying, जाके उसको पढ़ा दो, 2-3 घंटे अपने time के उसको दे दो. And you actually go and do it. You listen to the soul intimation and you go and help. That makes your psychic being stronger. But the next day after the paper, you're telling everybody, I didn't study. I went and helped him. What have we done? What the soul intimation wanted us to do, to help that friend unconditionally, not to get brownie points. We have stolen the joy of doing that unconditionally with love, not to get praise from people. That is what I say when we talk of impure instruments. Our instruments have to be pure, right? For instance, in our classroom, the monitor of our class somebody's written some wrong words on the blackboard, words which are not nice, derogatory. The monitor of the class has implicated the wrong person for it. Now the principal is going to rusticate that boy. You know who has actually done that mistake. You know it clearly. Now what does the psychic being tell you? What does the psychic being tell you? Tell the truth. Be heroic. The psychic will always send you the whisper to be heroic. Go to the principal, say, I saw that child writing on the board. It's not this child, right? If you are listening to your psychic entity and your psychic being, you will be heroic and you will go and tell. Irrespective that maybe there may be many boys or girls in the class who will be against you for doing that. But you say, no, truth is truth and I'll stand up for it, right? If there is purity in your outer being, you will stand up, you will be heroic. But if there is impurity in us,
We will say, हमको क्या? वो जा रहा है, rusticate हो रहा है. Why should I take this पंगा? मैं क्यों पंगा लूं? मैं क्यों बाकी बच्चों के साथ पंगा लूं? मैं क्यों? Why should I become? This is the impurity that comes out of self-deception, right? It is only when we make our psychic being the master of our life and action, master of all that we do, from the smallest of acts. Even when I'm drinking water, remember, it takes 1 second. Lord, you are this water. I'm drinking you. The act of drinking is also you. हम थोड़ी पानी पी सकते अगर आप नहीं होते. पानी भी आप हैं, पीने वाला भी आप है. 1 सेकंड लगता है ब्रेकफास्ट करने के पहले, स्टडी करने के पहले, फ्रेंड के साथ झगड़ा करने के पहले, पेरेंट्स के साथ झगड़ा करने के पहले. बुला लो ना उसको अंदर से, आप करो झगड़ा मेरे थ्रू. आई एम एंग्री. मम्मी को बोला था आज टिफिन में पराठे देना, उन्होंने क्या डाल दिया? कोई पैकेट खोल के डाल दिया. रॉन्ग. आई एम वेरी एंग्री विद हर. डोंट गो एंड फाइट फ्रॉम योर माइंड, फाइट फ्रॉम योर साइकिक. यू कैन डू इट, है ना? इज इट पॉसिबल? इज इट पॉसिबल फॉर अस टू रिमेंबर द साइकिक इन ऑल दैट वी डू? कभी भूलेंगे, कभी याद करेंगे, बट बार बार करेंगे, हैबिट बन जाएगी, राइट? सो Sri Aurobindo has given us a fourfold path of aspiration, rejection, prayer, and surrender. Slide. So the first is aspiration. Our aspiration must be to constantly, consciously purify and transform our outer instruments, our physical, annamay, vital, pranamay, and mental, manomay, so that they may be able to receive the psychic influence in all its purity. Remember that dull bulb and the bulb which is perfect. So we have to become that perfect bulb which is able to accept the intimation, the light from the wire perfectly without any corruption. And then we manifest the psychic being's intimation purely, perfectly through our outer being, right? The mother has said, the quality of your life depends on the quality of your aspiration. What is the Hindi word for aspiration? Can somebody tell me? Abhipsa, exactly. The second, first is aspiration. Second is rejection. Now, this is the most important step that we have to take. We must reject determinedly all that deflects us from the path. जो भी हमें रास्ते में दूर ले जा रहा है from listening to the psychic, उसको reject करना है. At every moment we have to make micro choices, right? What was the example? The example of helping out. We help the student at night, spend 2 hours with that friend of ours. What should we have rejected in that? Telling everybody, speaking about it, becoming proud about it, showing off. We've spoiled that beautiful deed that we did. We have to reject. Something in me will keep saying, अरे यार बता दो, close friend को तो बता दो. क्यों? उस समय reject करना will strengthen our psychic being. That wire will become stronger, right? And our outer being will become stronger, right? See, if you talk about the physical being, what do we have to reject? What do we have to reject in our physical being? Come on. Laziness, lethargy, inactivity, and yeah, we don't have to live life unconsciously. We have so many sports academies. If we get up early enough, we'll be able to attend those sports academies. और कैसे उठेंगे जल्दी? We have to reject that lethargy. और कैसे उठेंगे जल्दी? That at night, देर तक we are not playing games, those inane games, wasting our time. We are not seeing reels. Reject, reject, reject. Sleep in time. So you get up in time. So you attend the sports academies and make your physical being stronger. What about your vital being? Now a friend has come to me and said, told me a real juicy gossip about somebody I really don't like.
मज़ा आ गया उसके बारे में. अब तो बात करेंगे, सबको बताएंगे उसके बारे में. फ्रेंड को तो बताएंगे ही, घर जाके मम्मी को भी बताएंगे, उनकी फ्रेंड की बेटी है. आई डोंट लाइक हर, पता चल गया. What is our psychic being telling us? कि जाके बताओ. Socrates had a triple filter test. Somebody came to him and said, Socrates, I've heard something about that guy, your best friend. So you want to hear? Come in the corner, I'll tell you. And Socrates said, you have to first pass the triple filter test. So that guy said, what's the triple filter test? He said, first of all, what are you going to tell me about my friend? Have you seen him do that? He said, no, I haven't really seen him, I've heard. So he said, you failed the first test. There is no truth to it because you've not seen it with your eyes. Second, what you tell me about my friend, will that strengthen my relationship with him? He says, on the contrary, it will really ruin your relations with him. He says, you've failed the second test. Third, whatever you're going to tell me about my friend, will he rise in my eyes after I hear about it? Is it something good about him? Not at all. He said, you failed the triple filter test. I don't want to hear it only. What does this do? It makes your vital being really strong. Dharmam janami, nachame pravritti. I don't have the pravritti. Here is dharma becomes strong. I don't want to hear it because I don't want to make my vital being fall down lower and lower, right? Is that clear? Rejection is perhaps one of the most potent and also one of the most difficult methods of conscious transformation. But rejection is perhaps one of the most important methods for reaching towards the psychic. Now, what is the third? Jaipuria School students and Navs Region students know it very well. Our constant prayer must be to remember the psychic being. Tell me what's the second? Offer whatever you are doing to the psychic being. Third, invite the psychic being into the action, into the thought, into the feeling, into the emotion. Invite it. Or into all that we think, feel, or do. Sometimes when we talk of the Bhagavad Gita slide, sometimes when we talk of the Bhagavad Gita, people say, what is the bottom line of the Bhagavad Gita? And what do people say? Karmanyeva adhikaraste. No. Sri Aurobindo has said very clearly that is not the bottom line. It is one of the very big, important mantras. But I feel that the bottom line of the Bhagavad Gita is, how many of you can say this verse together with me? Yes, let's all of us say it together. It's a very important verse of the Bhagavad Gita. Yad karoshi yad ashnasi yad juhoshi dadasi yad tapasyasi kaunteya tad kurushva madarpanam. So that remember, offer and invite. That is what is flowing through this. Whatever you do, read it together, please, all of us. Whatever you do, whatever you offer in sacrifice, whatever you give in charity, whatever energy of tapasya or effort you put into your work, O son of Kunti, do that as an put it in your Anjali and offer it to me. This is the bottom line of the Bhagavad Gita, as well as the essence of Karma Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. And this practice done hundreds of times a day will transform even our ordinary actions into divine actions, because the very intention will turn into a worship, and that worship will take us towards the divine within. After all, it is the inner attitude and not the outer form which sanctifies our action, right? It is the inner attitude. हम किस attitude के साथ में पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, किस attitude के साथ में exam दे रहे हैं, किस attitude के साथ में, संपत जी बोले ना, जब खाना आएगा, when we'll sit for lunch, हम किस attitude के साथ खा रहे हैं.
So much sound, so much noise, you're talking. But that attitude while eating food is what will sanctify our eating, right? Slide. So there was aspiration, rejection, prayer, and what is the last and most important? Surrender. Last but not the least, we must learn to surrender with faith to the divine will and wait patiently for the grace to descend. For only the grace knows the right time, right? One is the ascent, and when we are ascending with our aspiration, then the grace descends on us. The more we ascend, double speed के साथ में the grace descends. But ascend तो हमको करना पड़ेगा. That is our choice. When we make that choice and take that choice and actually formulate that choice of ascending, the descent of the grace happens and we meet the grace, right? That is why Sri Aurobindo's logo is an ascending triangle, which is the ascent of the aspiration, and the descending triangle, which is the descent of the grace. Yes, beta?
Vande Mataram, ma'am. I am Anasvi Singh from class 9F. Ma'am, going back to when you said that we should fight through our psychic being. Ma'am, how do we discover that that we should now fight through our psychic being, and what difference would it make?
Very simple. Thank you. Very good question, because it's implementable. Please sit down. See, we won't know, but we have to be aware. I am going to go and tell my mom, I asked you for aloo parathas and you sent me a packet of chips in the tiffin. I am upset. But before I go to her, I remember my psychic being. I remember it and I offer to it that I'm upset. I'm going to talk to my mom. But I invite you into the conversation. I don't want to talk from my mind, which is angry. But then it will become what will it become? An argument, but where will it come from? An instinct. Gussa aaya, bol diya. When a dog is there and we step on its tail, what does it do? It instantly bites. It's an instinct. It's an animalistic instinct. Human beings cannot do that. We should not. We do it. That is why from man animal to man human to man divine, to leave these instinctive actions that we are doing in life. We have to make conscious choices. And when we are aware in Jaipuria School that there is a psychic being and we can connect to the psychic being and not just out of instinct, pure instinct, just say something. We should do that. And then whatever comes out, we'll deal with it. Right?
Thank you.
Does that answer your question? Yes, beta?
Vande Mataram, ma'am. I am Divya Behel of class 9D. My question is, are surrender and sadhana interrelated?
Sadhana is in everything you do. When you remember, offer, invite, it's part of your sadhana. When you surrender to the divine, it is a very important part of your sadhana. When you reject consciously that which takes your consciousness down, it is a very important part of your sadhana. So yes, surrender is part of your sadhana. But always remember that we use, since childhood, we've learned the word conscience. Conscience and consciousness are very different. What is conscience? I've been brought up as a vegetarian in my life. So my conscience will say eating non-veg is absolutely pap, right? But somebody's been brought up as a non-veg. Unka conscience will say there's nothing wrong in it. So conscience and consciousness are different. Always connect to your consciousness and let it grow. Okay? Don't mistake this conscience which comes out of atavism. Yes?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Vande Mataram, ma'am.
Yes. Vande Mataram.
Ma'am, my name is Sheetal from grade 9th. My question is, when a soul leaves a human body and the same soul goes to an animal, let's say a squirrel, but they don't have psychic being to connect with the psychic entity, then will that soul not transform and experience joy?
So mostly human souls which have been in the human body, because the human body and the human vital and the human mental has been quite evolved. Generally, these souls enter into another human body only. They don't go down into animal. But the rest of it, if I say just now, it'll
open up another Pandora's box. So we won't. So mostly 99% times, the soul of a human being goes into a human body only. Okay, it may be a barbaric body depending on the uh, rate of evolution, stage of evolution. Okay, ठीक है. So with a constant practice of aspiration, rejection, prayer, and surrender, our outer shell will start cracking open. What is this outer shell? जो हमारा physical, vital, mental habits है ना, ये shell बन गए हैं. But that shell has to be broken open. So why should it be broken open, the shell of habits? So that the inner light and warmth start emerging from within. And then our consciousness will become cleaner and much, much, much more refined. And then it will allow our soul, our psychic being to fully reveal itself. बोला ना किसी ने कि हमें दिखेगा कैसे? तो our Vedic rishis have seen it, and there are people who are seeing their soul continuously. So it is something that is a possibility. And when we make a conscious effort and our outer being, our outer habits start cracking open, then the inner light will reveal itself. And from this inner place, a wise governance will start beginning to happen. One that will constantly expose our thoughts, our emotions, our actions, even our hidden tendencies. You know, there is self deception that we live in. We do mistakes and we cover it. We know it, but we cover it within ourselves. So that self deception will also start getting revealed openly to us. We cannot live in self deception. We are fooling ourselves, right? So that is what will happen. The psychic emergence will happen. And what Sri Aurobindo calls the soul instrumentation will happen. Now, I wanted to talk to you about the soul instrumentation. Do we have time? Yeah, till 12:30, right? It's 12:14 just now. Till 1 is the question answer. We can even go on. Okay. So what is soul instrumentation? You all want to understand? Who all want to understand what is soul instrumentation? Who all want to understand? सब जगह है ना, कोई को नींद तो नहीं आ रही ना, बोर तो नहीं हो रहे ना, पक्का है ना? ठीक है. All of you, I want to hear together. Yes, I want to hear about soul instrumentation. Come on, wake yourself. Slide, Mona ma'am. So let us understand soul instrumentation a little more deeply. We talked about involution pehle. What is involution? When God became the inconscient. है ना? He became, I told you na, the perfect became the imperfect. Always remember the word hidden. God hid himself. In becoming the perfect, becoming the imperfect, the perfection was not lost. It was hidden within. वो छुपाते गए अपने आप को, छुपाते गए, छुपाते गए, छुपाते गए, till he became the inconscient. Inconscient का क्या मतलब है? Inconscient is that in which there is no consciousness, there is no life, there is no matter. It is black. See the bottom, you see the black? Right? God became the inconscient, where there was no life, there was no matter, nothing. It was just, right? And the job, and then he said, God looked at it, the perfect God, and he said, I've become the inconscient. Now the job of the inconscient is to become perfect again. So, but how will the inconscient become the perfect again? Unless I, the perfect, become many and I impregnate the inconscient with myself. So God became many, which we talked about earlier, and he impregnated the inconscient. Inconscient में हम लोग सब आ गए. इसकी कहानी कभी बताएंगे when we talk of the story of creation. It's a beautiful way that the mother has said this story, but if I get into it, I don't want to cut into another person's time. So God became many and he impregnated the inconscient. Okay? Now, what was the job that was assigned to every soul? The job that was assigned to every soul was कि now you pulsate inside the inconscient and remind the inconscient कि they can evolve. There can be life inside it. So all of us are those souls.
And before leaving from God's place, before impregnating the inconscient, we had a discussion with God. And God said, hide and seek खेलते हैं चलो. तो हम लोगों ने बोला हाँ ठीक है ना, why not? It's a nice game. Then we saw some mischief in his eyes. So we said कि कुछ mischief है आपके अंदर, क्या है? बता दीजिए before we go and hide ourselves there. He said, you know what? When you enter into the inconscient, na, you will forget that you're playing the game hide and seek. You will forget that you're looking for somebody. After you will get lost in the inconscient only. We said, oh God, that's a tough one. Then we said, but there's more mischief in your eyes. What is it? He said, there's going to be more. You'll not only forget that you're playing hide and seek, you'll also forget that you are the soul. You will start thinking that you are the inconscient. Said, oh my God, that's going to be a real tough one. But he said, but I'm there now. Don't worry. You just go. So we all came. And because of the presence of the soul within the inconscient, the mother gives a beautiful example. Your mummy makes baturas for you or the pizza for you. बनाते हैं मम्मी आपकी? हाथ पर हाथ उठाइए, कौन-कौन की मम्मी बनाती? So have you ever asked your mummy that how does this maida, how does it grow? What does she put inside it? Come on, teachers. Yeast. So the mother gave the example that the soul does the work of leaven, the yeast. When it impregnates the inconscient, then it does the work of the yeast. Like leaven, it pulsates within inconscient, and in the course of evolution, matter, you see, matter instrumentation happened and matter came out. Inconscient में matter भी नहीं था. It was just inconscient, right? Now, from matter emerged life, plants, fishes, amphibians, smaller animals. Now, if matter was told that life is going to be embodied within you and it will emerge out of you, matter would have cried out, what are you saying? This mass of electrons, gases, chemicals, how can they get life in them? Will metal start walking? But life evolved from matter. How did it evolve? Because God had hidden himself. So the potentiality to become God again was there in the inconscient. इसलिए inconscient से निकला matter. Matter से निकला life. Vegetation, life became so completely established and evolved that they can use matter. Right? Right? So this could be called life instrumentation in matter. Clear? Then life evolved into lower forms of mind. Mind evolved into the technical, scientific, moralistic mind as it is today. We can call it mental instrumentation in life. Correct? The mind is developed in the human beings to such an extent that our mind is being able to use the vital being. Our mind tells our vital being, na, ki, come on, this is the wrong thing to do. Don't do it. A vital being sunega nahi sunega depends on the evolution of the vital being. So the mental instrumentation is now taking place. Clear? So we've understood matter instrumentation, the process of evolution, life instrumentation, mental instrumentation. Similarly, one day the soul will reach a stage of outflowering in which the mind, the vital, the body will spontaneously allow, our physical, vital and mental will spontaneously allow the soul to use them as its instruments perfectly, continuously. We will just let the soul instrumentation take place through us. That will be a huge leap in spiritual evolution. Huge leap in spiritual evolution. And the psychic personality will become our outer instrumentation. It will not be inside only. Our outer being will be actually the personality of the psychic which is emerging out of us. Like I told you about Kirit uncle, my teacher. It was like the soul was always in front. It was only sweetness, wideness, generosity. If I give you examples of his generosity, if I give you examples of his sweetness, it was like
I was being taught by God Himself. It was that feeling that I had when I was with Him. So, such people, if they are there, we too can become like that because it's a possibility, it's a potentiality. So, this will be the huge leap, which will be called spiritual evolution. And this will be called soul instrumentation. And this will lead to the hidden potential in our inmost being. And this will lead to the divine will manifesting itself in physical life. Let us repeat the aim of life that we say 4 times a day. Divine will. In physical life, our aim is to discover the divine will and to work for its manifestation in physical life, the mother. Right? Do you understand the meaning of this aim of life now? Is there anybody who has any unclarity about it? Because it's a very important aim of life that we repeat so many times a day when we meditate. So I wanted this to be clear for all of you. Clear, everybody? Okay. I'll just give you the chance. One moment. So why were personalities like Sri Aurobindo, the mother, Adi Shankaracharya, Swami Vivekanand, Ramanujam, J.C. Bose, Valmiki, Vyas, Tulsidas ji, why were they able to achieve so much more than others? Why? Why? Come on. Because, come on, take a mic and say. Yes, somebody's saying it, but without a mic.
Ma'am, my name is Yashashri Singh and I'm from Navsijan, grade 6.
Navsijan, grade 6.
They were achieving this because they were having potential.
And the potential, we all have the potential. But are we like J.C. Bose? Are we like Ramanujan? Are we like
No.
Swami Vivekanand? What was the difference?
Because they were having aspiration and they were growing.
And they were connected continuously.
And they were connected to their higher state.
Yes, because they were connected. That wire, remember the psychic being, that wire? They were always, the outer being was always connecting to that psychic being.
They were listening to their psychic being.
Right, absolutely. Right? The psychic light, yes. Yes.
Ma'am, also they were having...
Your name, class?
Ma'am, I'm Radhika from class 6, Nafrijan. Ma'am, they were also having that conscious will to listen their psychic being.
Yes, very good. Excellent. Can we clap for them? Like I said earlier, our ancient sages, they were able to tell the distance of the earth from the sun. They were able to tell the circumference of the moon. They were able to see how many moons are. How could they do it? So Sri Aurobindo, when he gives the 4 rules for education, tenets for education, he says, all knowledge is within. What is it? All knowledge is within. Then he says, nothing can be taught. Nothing can be taught. So what is the work of the teacher? To connect you to that within where all the knowledge is. When you're connected to that within where all the knowledge is, it will pour out by itself. Right? All knowledge is within. Nothing can be taught. And consult the child in his growth. Right? So these are the kind, look at what the vision of Sri Aurobindo and the mother for education. And that is why continuously Seth M.R. Jaipuria School, Gomti Nagar, talks of Sri Aurobindo, the mother, Swami Vivekanand, because they were luminaries who have given us the light how education ought to be. Right? Sri Aurobindo has stated in the synthesis of yoga that the power of the psychic over our nature, it should not be underestimated. We should not underestimate that power that we have within us. It is of utmost importance in the yoga of self-perfection. Because if this power of the psychic being did not exist, we would never be able to get out of our fixed habits. Like animals, they are fixed. A dog will remain a dog will remain a dog. He cannot change his habit, but we can change our habits. This outer crust can be changed only if we connect with our inmost being, connect with the psychic being, listen to its whispers, and reject all that takes us away from it. Aspire to connect with it, right? And consciously keep transforming our outer being. Then a swifter evolution will take place. That conscious endeavor, that conscious aspiration has to be ours, right? So we conclude that the role of the soul is to make of us a true being, to divinize our outer instruments, so that soul instrumentation may take place. That is the role of the soul. And we have to let that happen. Right? You wanted to say something, child.
Ma'am, in the
name and class?
Ma'am, NSV Singh from class 9F. Ma'am, in the last pages of our diary, the same image is there, and there is a paragraph that says that there was a voice that whispered to the ape that you have to change and you have no other option. So it kept on happening, and thus man came into existence. And then the voice whispered that you still have to keep changing, but this time the choice is yours. So, ma'am, this voice is the psychic being's
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out. Very good. That voice is the soul's voice, which says you have to choose. But this time the choice is yours. Now the psychic being will not, it will tell you, it will whisper. But that instrumentation has to be done by you, by your choice. Very good. Yes, beta?
I have a question that, ma'am,
Beta, speak aloud. Your name and class?
Ma'am, my name is Abhiman Srinagar of class 7B. Ma'am, there was a slok that you shown. There are two words of sacrifice and charity were written there. Ma'am, I have a question that the charity is only the giveaway to the needy people or the poor. Ma'am, isn't it like if I am Abhiman, I become a big businessman and my mother and father I fulfill their all wishes, and someone who helped me or loved me, I fulfill their wishes. So, ma'am, this is called charity in the eyes of the people who watched me growing, or, ma'am, this is only the selfishness that I did.
So charity is not just giving to the poor. There can be a lot of other things that are charity. When my mother is working hard day and night, if I'm able to speak sweetly to her, if I'm able to thank her for what she's doing, that's also a widening of yourself, right? Cannot be called charity, but it is called widening of your being. Widening of your being में charity भी आता है, right? So it's not only कि हमने मनी दिया या कुछ दिया, हमने अपना टाइम दिया, वो भी चैरिटी में आता है. That my grandparents are sitting alone day in and day out, everybody is busy, spending some time with the grandparents, that is also widening yourself. There are so many forms of charity, but we can't call it charity, we have to call it widening, becoming vaster. Is your question been answered? Yes, beta? And then after that, at the back. Yes.
Vande Mataram, ma'am. My name
Speak
is
aloud, beta. Today, I don't know why the mics are not loud enough. Can you raise?
Okay, ma'am. Vande Mataram, ma'am. I'm Urshali Khan from 7D. And my question is that how does aspiration, prayer, rejection, and surrender transcend into an imperfect being who never tries to become perfect even after the divine wanting him to become?
I didn't understand your question. Can you tell me without reading out?
So, ma'am, like the four qualities like aspiration, prayer, rejection, and surrender, how do they like transcend in an imperfect being who never tries to become perfect?
So, if the imperfect being does not aspire, then he will not become the perfect being. If the imperfect being does not reject his bad habits, he will not become the perfect being. He has to aspire. He has to reject that which is taking him away from the right action. He has to pray. He has to remember, offer, and invite the divine in everything that he does. And he has to surrender to the divine grace. Then he will change into perfect. But
Thank
that
you, ma'am.
journey is a long journey. We are very far from being perfect.
Thank you, ma'am.
Because only God is perfect. Yes, at the back, yes.
Ma'am, I am Ikra from grade 6 from Navsrijan. Ma'am, like you said, if the psychic being exists in humans, then how do apes also have a psychic being and psychic entity?
The mother has said that the psychic being has developed only in the human beings. In the apes, only those apes which were fit to be transformed into a human being were chosen by the evolutionary force. And those apes were transformed into human beings. The rest of the apes still exist, right? But when human beings who consciously evolve turn into the supramental beings that Sri Aurobindo has talked about, then Sri Aurobindo and the mother have said that the gap between the supramental being and human being, the distance, the gap, the difference will be much greater than the gap between a human being and an ape. The supramental beings will be so refined, so beautiful. Beautiful means not just skin beauty, but beautiful inside out. They'll be so refined. They will be the manifestations of perfection on earth. They will be the supramental beings. And they will be that different from human beings. So we don't want to miss the bus like the apes missed it, right? We all have to consciously evolve. Sri Aurobindo has said what? Man is a transitional being. He is not final. So we don't want to remain men for human beings forever. We want to evolve consciously into becoming the supramental being.
Thank
All
you,
right?
ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, beta.
Bande Matra, ma'am. I'm Sadhya Rai from class 9D. Ma'am, I just had a small confusion. Ma'am, earlier in your discussion, you mentioned that we all have different we all have different psychic being. And as we know that psychic being is the soul personality. So, ma'am, if the soul is one and we're a part of it, so how can different human beings have different soul personality or the psychic being?
Do you see the difference between yourself and your friend? There is a difference, right? So both of you have the soul, the psychic entity. But her psychic being is developing at a different pace, in a different way, according to its swabhava and swadharma. Your psychic being is developing according to its own swabhava and swadharma. Some are developing, evolving rapidly and will become slow later. Somebody is evolving slowly now, but evolve rapidly later. Each soul personality is unique. And that is why we see the difference. See, so many people. Have you seen any two people which are exactly alike? Even twins are not exactly alike. My husband has a twin brother who's an identical twin, but they're so different in their nature. So different. Because the soul personality is unique in each person. Right? Got your answers clear?
Ma'am, I had a question.
Yes.
Vande Mataram, ma'am. My name is Neer Bhatia from class 8G. Ma'am, why exactly did the divine, orchestrate this great forgetting that you mentioned at the beginning of the session? Like, why did he want his own creations to fall prey to imperfections like ego and ignorance?
So, in the beginning, we were all with him because we were all him. Right? How boring it must have been. Now, when he saw inside himself, he saw that, oh, I have such variety inside me. I want to manifest all this variety. I want this variety to then someday, in millions of years, zillions of years, one day become conscious and then consciously progress, consciously transform themselves. When they consciously transform themselves, the joy that they will get, that will be a joy which is unbound, which has no zips on it. It is just like that. He wanted us to experience that joy of conscious progress because of conscious transformation. Right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Clear?
Vande Mataram, ma'am.
Vande.
I'm Jaya Tiwari from grade 10th, Navsrishan. I had a doubt related to Ikra's question. Ma'am, at the end of the student companion book, there is a drawing, we can say, in which a line goes straight and one twirls, but both of them reach at the same position. That means that both beings who try to consciously transform or those who are twirling in a materialism, both at the end reach the supreme. But then, why were a few apes become human.
But this drawing is not for apes. This drawing is for human beings. The mother has done it. I wish that slide was in my slideshow. It isn't. But it's in your diaries, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the mother has given a drawing for those of you who don't know about it. She's given a drawing where there's a point which is the supreme, and this is the human being, and there is one line which goes straight, and the other line goes like this, and takes. So those who are living life unconsciously, they are taking this path. They will take so much longer to reach the divine. But those who take the path of conscious transformation, those who take the path of yoga means to unite. Unite through the physical body, unite through the vital being, unite through the mental being. Those who choose the path of yoga, connecting, joining with the divine, remembering, offering, and inviting him everything, will reach straight. They won't waste so much time and so much, as we said, no, that there'll be grief, there'll be joy going through life, but you can directly join with the divine. That's the meaning of that drawing in your diary. Yes, somewhere there.
Ma'am, I have the question.
Your name and class, beta?
Ma'am, I am Viraj Pandey from class 6E. Ma'am, earlier you mentioned that only humans have physical being. Ma'am, I want to ask, why do animals not have physical beings?
Physical being animal has, you have a physical being. Anything that is physical. I meant psychic being.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
what
Why
is
do animals not have psychic beings?
So the animal cannot evolve consciously. He's not been designed to evolve consciously. He's designed to be what he is. A cow is a cow, will remain a cow. It cannot change. But a human being, God has designed us in such a way, his Leela is such. He has designed us in such a way that we have not only the generator, the psychic entity, which also the cow has, the animals have, but we also have the psychic being, the personality, which can grow if we choose for it to grow, if we choose what the psychic is telling us, if we instrument that in our life, manifest that in our life. So God has designed us like that, that we have the psychic being, but the animals do not have it. We can progress. Yes, beta? Yes.
Ma'am, I'm Lavanya Garg from class 8F. Ma'am, how do we know that the cows or the animals don't have a psychic being? Maybe they have and they're evolving very slowly.
Have you seen a very big difference in any animal in their nature? Big difference.
Ma'am, but they must be evolving in some other aspect, maybe internally or something.
Yeah, but have you seen any such thing? So that's what our rishis and sages and saints have seen, that the psychic being is there in human beings, but it is not there in animals. But we see such beautiful qualities in animals that we can learn from. The faithfulness and love of a dog. We have to imbibe that from the animals, right? So a cow gives its milk. So we can learn a lot from animals, but we have the presence of the psychic being which can help us to evolve.
Ma'am, one more question. Ma'am, can you please explain the difference between the soul and the psychic being? Soul.
Okay. So the soul, if we go back to that, the lamp and the wire. Yeah. The soul is the generator, the electricity, right? And the lamp is our physical body, our vital body, our mental body. Now the soul is connected to the outer body through the psychic being, the wire. If the wire were not there, there would be no connection. The animals don't have that connection. Only human beings have that potentiality that we can be connected to the soul, right? And so the more we listen to the wire, the more we let the wire bring the electricity and manifest it out of our physical, vital, and mental being, the more and more perfect we can become. It depends on our choice, right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, at the back.
Ma'am, I'm sorry for disturbing once more. I am Athav Jindal from grade 7th. Ma'am, I was reading a book, Stories Told by the Mother 2. Ma'am, there was a story in which she told a woman that what happens after we die, the soul gets broken and it is scattered, but only where the psychic being or the soul is very strong, it remains as one. So ma'am, I could not understand that. If you could explain to me.
I'll have to read the story. I cannot comment on a story which I haven't read. Then I wouldn't do justice to it.
Okay ma'am, thank
Yeah. So after this, we can go ahead. One question at the back.
I had actually two questions. The first of which is
Name and class, beta.
sorry, ma'am. I am Arjun Mishra of class 9C. My first question was, you mentioned that the divine had a desire for us to experience that joy. I had this question on the word desire. If the divine is complete and perfect, then why would a complete and perfect being have a desire? Even in Srimad Bhagavad Gita's second adhyay, 29th verse, Bhagwan tells Arjun that a sthit pragyan manushya is not affected by desires. Then why would a divine being be affected by a desire for our joy?
A desire is a desire. It's a wrong desire. If we are attached to it, whether it is done or not done. If it's not done, then I'm very agitated. But the divine, number one, he didn't have a desire. He just wanted to do it. It was his leela. And if he wouldn't have done it, he would have been equally in the state of ananda, because the divine is always in a state of ananda. There is never any deflection in his ananda. It is a stable state of ananda. It's a stable state of love. It's a stable state of perfection. He's perfect. He's Anandamay. He's Sat Chit Anand. He's Sat. He is. He always will be. Chit. He's conscious. He always will be conscious. Ananda. Sat Chit Ananda. He's always in the state of Ananda. So it wasn't like it is my desire. If I don't become, then this will happen. If these guys, all of us, will take very long, then he'll be upset. No. It's something that will happen when it happens. He's given us the choice and he's not perturbed by it. It is his leela. It is called his leela.
So he basically gave us a choice to speeden up the inevitable.
To?
Bring the inevitable closer to us.
Yes.
Okay.
And the best part is that he didn't become us and leave us sitting there in heaven. He is there within us. He is going through the whole thing. He is the one who's going through the pain, the sorrow, the joy, all those poles, the different poles of human life. He's experiencing it all because he's within us. He's not far away, sitting in some seventh heaven and looking at us. No, he's there, part of us. Yeah.
And ma'am, my second question was that we frequently speak the shlok, Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate, which means that the complete, when we take something out of the complete, it itself is complete, but the complete which we took the complete out of, it also remains complete.
Yes.
In that case, why are we imperfect? If the perfect divine has manifested into us, why are we still imperfect? According to this shlok, we should be perfect and complete.
Very good question. So I will take you back on the journey which we did just now. In the beginning, what did God do? He hid himself and became the inconscient. So the perfect became the imperfect. So that is our outer being, physical, vital, mental. But because he knew that this imperfect cannot become the perfect again without the help of the perfect being within us. So he impregnated this imperfect. Can we go back to that slide? No, what's the end? The man is a transitional being. Yeah. So the perfect became, can you see the black parallel? No, whatever that's called at the bottom.
Void, yeah.
So that's the inconscient. The divine became the inconscient, imperfect. Then he impregnated the inconscient with his perfect self, the souls. Bahusyam, the seeds that we talked about, the souls. And because the soul is within each one of us, So our outer being is imperfect, physical, vital, mental, but within us is residing the perfect. And this perfect, we can, if the outer being starts connecting, if the ministers start connecting with the emperor and inviting it into what we are doing outside of us, then this outer being will become perfect faster.
Thank
Is
you
it
so
clear
much.
now?
Thank you.
Very
Yes, ma'am.
clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yes, this seems to be a
Ma'am, what we will do after we achieve the master
perfection.
of psychic being?
After we become the perfect.
Yes, ma'am. What
Oh.
we'll do after that, because we did everything to be perfect.
Yes, very good question. So many people, I mean, I'm going into, we don't have much time, and I really wanted to finish my paper. But anyway, what will we do? Then we have a choice. We have a choice to be reborn again to help humanity. I remember my teacher, Kirit Joshi ji, he used to say, I don't want moksha. Or Sri Aurobindoites don't want moksha. Those who follow Sri Aurobindo, they say moksha is something so selfish. मुझे मोक्ष मिल जाए बस मैं. What happens to the rest, I damn care. No. People who reach Sri Aurobindo, they say no. I want to come back again and again and again and again and again and again till I become perfect. And after I become perfect, I want to come back in this humanity to raise the rest and help the rest, because God's work is still undone. It's not complete. So I want to become God's slave. I want to become God's servant. Use me for your purpose. So that is a choice we have. Once we become perfect, I either go and merge into God or I come back to do his work on earth. Right? Clear?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, now I'm going to go ahead with the paper and we'll take questions if we have time. So, what do we have to do now? We need to awaken to the knowledge of the soul. We need to feel strongly the need कि हमको इस soul को सामने लाना है. We want to bring it to the front. Slide. Sri Aurobindo says in the Life Divine, and I quote, we must enter into these inner and higher parts of ourselves by an inward plunge or disciplined penetration and bring back with us to the surface their secrets, unquote. You want to think about it because we have less time? 1 minute. Read it and think about it. Or let's read it together. We must enter into these inner and higher parts of ourselves by an inward plunge or disciplined penetration and bring back with us to the surface their secrets, unquote. Slide. Then Sri Aurobindo further says, and I quote, let's read it together. We must learn to live within and no longer on the surface, and be and act from the inner depths and from a soul that has become sovereign over the nature, unquote. Remember, our psychic being must regain its position of the emperor, must become the king of this whole being. And this physical, this emotional, this mental should recognize the king as the king and invite the king into all that they do. Take guidance from the king, right? Next. If untiringly we go on making this effort untiringly, what will happen? And here I quote the mother. Let's read it together. Quote, before the untiring persistence of our effort, an inner door will suddenly open and we will emerge into a dazzling splendor. Right? Isn't it beautiful? Should we read it again? Because this is our hope for the future. Before the untiring persistence of our effort, an inner door will suddenly open and we will emerge into a dazzling splendor. That dazzling splendor is us. It is the real us. We have to identify ourselves with the real us, which is right there
इससे ज्यादा पास वो कैसे हो सकते थे? How could God be closer than what he is just now? He's right there within us. And he's telling us कि तुम वही हो. You and I are the same. Tattvamasi, Aham Brahmasmi, Soham. He's telling us again and again. Our rishis are telling us, you and him are not different. That identification we have to regain, right? So let us not be intimidated that only completely evolved people get the experience of the psychic. Let us not be intimidated. Sri Aurobindo and the mother have given so many experiences that we are also experiencing the psychic many times. Many times. Let me share some of the experiences of the psychic. When we experience a pure admiration for beauty, without a desire to possess it, when we look at a flower and we say, "Kitna sundar hai, look at the colors." When we look at a butterfly and say, "My God, what a creation, what a marvel," we're enjoying it. It's a psychic experience, right? When we see somebody who's doing a heroic action, army ke jawan, they've gone, they've sacrificed their life, but they've been able to get the army territory and they've removed them all. We've seen those movies, so many. Uri, so many. That hero worship, it is purely psychic in character. It's a psychic coming in front which it enjoys. Yesterday, we were watching the Navsrijan students perform, and all of us, there was Priyanka there was Anu ma'am there was me, all of us were crying, all of us had tears. What were those tears? It was a psychic experience. The psychic was feeling so much joy that these children, where have they reached? Look at their diction, look at what they're learning. It was a joy. We don't want to possess anything. It's a joy we experience. It was a psychic experience. When we have a search for knowledge, what are you all doing just now? Your holidays, you're taking out time because you're searching for knowledge. You want to know something. You want to know something beyond your books. What is it? It is your psychic which is telling you ki join the spiritual retreat. Listen carefully. You're not talking to each other. You're not disturbing. You're concentratedly listening. It's a psychic experience that you're going through. When I'm speaking to you and looking at you all and looking at your quest for knowledge, I have a psychic experience. I'm feeling joy. You're giving me that joy. It's a psychic experience that all of us are sharing with each other, right? When we pursue the knowledge of infinity, eternity, what is the universal? What is infinite? What is the infinite? What is the eternal? When we want to understand all that, it's the psychic which is telling us, "Kisko samjho." Go to somebody who can explain what is infinity, what is eternity, what is silence, what is the universal. It's a psychic experience. When the questions start pressing in us, what is the design of this creation? So many questions that you all have asked, they're not from your mind. It's a psychic that's inside you, that's pressing you for answers. Each one of the questions that you all asked were from your psychic being. It was a sincere questioning of your psychic being. मेरे को जानना है. And your outer being was open and it's asking, मेरे को बताओ. I'm searching. And what is God's God-defined purpose of my birth? What is His purpose for me? Why am I here? It cannot just be study, go to college, get a good job, have a nice home, then have a bigger home, then have a bigger home, then have a car, then have an aeroplane. Can't be. At least you children will always have a search. What is God-defined purpose of my birth? मेरे birth के लिए what is God-defined the purpose? And you'll search for it and you will know. That's a psychic experience. Spontaneous cheerfulness. So many times you're so joyous. There's no reason. हमको कोई आइसक्रीम नहीं मिली, हमारे को कोई बहुत great marks नहीं मिले, but there is a joy I'm experiencing. That spontaneous cheerfulness. It is a psychic experience. And there is this experience when
People can experience that this plant is speaking to me. Walking on the road and the tree is throbbing. I can hear the throb of the tree. Putting my hand on the table is throbbing. I'm not saying for myself, I'm talking about experience. It's a psychic experience, a spontaneous harmony with everybody, however anybody may be, right, wrong with me, whatever, no anxiety, no worry, no anger, no frustration, no resentment. What is happening is happening. It is God's will. He is doing it. And there is a harmony with the situation. That is a psychic experience, right? A spontaneous outflowing of unconditional love and compassion. This is the experience of the soul outflowering. Unconditional love के साथ में किसी के लिए care करना. हमको कुछ चाहिए नहीं उनसे, but I can't help but love. When the love becomes, I can't help it. That love is flowing, I have to do it. That is a psychic experience. And then the experience of the Agni within. There may be people who are seeing that Agni, who are seeing that flame all the time. It's a huge psychic experience, huge psychic experience. And when you have that experience, to not have any ego about it, but to keep offering it back to God. God, ये experience आप मुझे दे रहे, I offer it to you. Thank you so much. But no ego, no talking, no telling, only our relationship of love with the divine. That is a psychic experience. Sometimes people physically hear the message of the soul. When Sri Aurobindo got out of the jail, and he was part of the freedom fight, and then he heard a voice and it said, go to Chandarnagar. He was wondering, I am part of the freedom fight. It is 1910. अभी तो इंडिया को फ्रीडम मिला ही नहीं है भारत को, मैं चंदन नगर जाके क्या करूंगा? But because the voice was so clear, there was no doubt about it. So he heard the voice, he went to Chandanagar. He didn't know what he has to do. But he heard the voice, he went to Chandanagar, then he waited for कि अब और आदेश आए. जब आएगा आदेश तब करेंगे जो करना है. Another आदेश came, go to Pondicherry. And the same voice told somebody in Pondicherry, Sri Chetty ji, that a yogi from the north will come to Pondicherry on the 4th of April at 4 p.m. And you have to give him residence in your home and save him from the Britishers who will be coming looking for him. That one voice told Mr. Chetty that, one voice told Sri Aurobindo in Chandanagar, go to Pondicherry. He didn't know what for. But then when he reached Pondicherry, his sadhana after that 1 year in the solitary confinement, then his sadhana intensified. And 26 years he was alone in one room. And he wrote 7 books or 8 books at the same time because it was all meant overhead transmission. He used to just sit and the overhead transmission would come, and all the books that he's written have come from the higher regions. So there are many. The most important experience of the psychic is, if you are living in the psychic, you will always be experiencing joy, you will always be experiencing love, and you'll always be experiencing beauty. When Sri Ram met Shabri, she was 80 or 90 years old, and he addressed her and called her Yuvati. Now, I don't remember the exact verse from Ramcharitmanas, but he saw a Yuvati in her. He was living in the psychic, he was God. When Sri Krishna entered Mathura and he saw the Kubri, you all know, that lady was totally bent over. He called her Sundari because he could see only beauty, he couldn't see anything else. He touched her and she actually became young, but he could only see beauty. So somebody said to the mother that, do I have a contact with my psychic being? And the mother said that your question only shows that you don't have a contact. Why? Because she said, once you have a contact with a psychic being, you don't have any doubt about it. Because you are in contact, you are seeing it all the time. The very thing that you're asking the question, that means you're not in contact. And here's a really good news for all of us. The mother explains further, and I quote, slide. Very good news for all of us. I quote, let's read it together. When one enters consciously into contact with one's soul and the union is established, it is over. It can no longer be undone. It is something permanent, constant, which resists everything and which at any moment, whatever, if referred to, can be found. The mother. What a validation we have from the mother कि एक बार अगर contact हो गया with the psychic being, then it can never be undone. It is done forever. You'll be in contact. 1 minute. I end with 3 of my favorite quotes from Savitri. Slide. I quote, remember why thou camest. Read it with me, bacho. Remember why thou camest. Find out thy soul, recover thy hid self. In silence, seek God's meaning in thy depths. Then mortal nature change to the divine. Open God's door, enter into his trance. Unquote. You want to read it again silently? Slide. This is again from Sri Aurobindo Savitri. A house was there, all made of fire, flame, and light, and crossing a wall of doorless living fire, there suddenly she met her secret soul. Unquote. The last quotation, slide. Quote, here in this chamber of flame and light they met. They looked upon each other, knew themselves, the secret deity and its human part, the calm immortal and the struggling soul. Then, with a magic transformation speed, they rushed into each other and grew one. Unquote. So, all that has been spoken here today was in the light of Sri Aurobindo and the mother. It was only a feeble attempt, very feeble attempt, to describe that which is incomprehensible by our limited mind, that which is invisible for our ordinary sight, that which is inaudible for our ordinary hearing, and that which is intangible to our outer senses. And yet, it is our soul alone which can experience itself. So, after learning about the psychic being, let us all of us take a pledge today that from today, we will all sincerely attempt to connect with the psychic being and invite it constantly to guide us in all our actions, whether they are mundane actions like drinking a glass of water, going to sleep, or very important actions. All actions. Let's take a pledge today. 1 minute of silence where we take a pledge, we invite the psychic being into us and say, help us to be connected to you always in everything, everything, everything that we do. All right?
Will that wants to manifest itself in physical life. Our aim is to discover that divine will and to work for its manifestation in physical life. The mother.
Thank you. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. I can't tell you, I really get tears of joy when I interact with you students because this is unbelievable the kind of students you all are. Thank you for being you. Thank you.
Vande Matram. Okay. It is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this deeply enriching and soul-stirring session by Ma'am Anjali Jaipuria on the psychic entity and the psychic being in the light of the teachings by Sri Aurobindo and the Mother. Ma'am, through your profound and beautifully simple explanations, you helped us journey inward from the outer instruments of our body, emotions, and mind towards the deeper truth of the soul. Your presentation reminded us that beyond the noise and the distractions of the life burns a quiet inner flame, the psychic entity, always guiding us towards truth, beauty, goodness, and the divine. Your explicit explanation of what the psychic entity or soul does has left a deep impact on us and especially me. The way you explain the distinction between the psychic entity and the psychic being, the role of aspiration, prayer, rejection, and surrender, and the need to become citizens of the within, touched our hearts deeply. Your words were not merely informative, they were transformative and contemplative. The beautiful quotations from the Life Divine and Savitri, the practical examples of psychic experiences, and especially your deeply moving poem, Citizenship of the Within, inspired us to reflect on our inner journey and purpose in life. Thank you, ma'am, for reminding us that true education is not only about sharpening the intellect, but about awakening the soul and transforming life from within. With this, we break for lunch. Thank you.
Before we go for the break. So please recite after me. Twadiyam vastu Govinda Tubhyamev samarpaye Grihad sammukho bhutva Bhu prasida parameshwara अर्थात हे गोविंद, यह आप ही की वस्तु है और आप ही को समर्पित है। हे परमेश्वर, मेरे सम्मुख होकर इसे स्वीकार करें और प्रसन्न हो। धन्यवाद।